Good morning. Our board is called to order. It's 9:09 a.m. Today is Thursday, October 30th, 2025. Could you call the roll, please?
Ms. Renata?
Here.
Ms. Singleton?
Here.
Mr. Prater?
Here.
Mr. Tillett?
Here.
Mr. Freeman?
Here.
All right.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Our first item, we will allow public comment on requests before any action or vote is taken. Our first item under regular business this morning is review and approval of the minutes from yesterday, October 29th, our regular meeting. Those are in your packet. Are there any corrections? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the minutes.
I'll make the motion.
We have a motion by Mrs. Stapleton, second by Mr. Tillis. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Thank you. Then our next item under regular business is consideration of applications for clemency. And our first case this morning on the docket is at the State Police Barracks. Morning, Captain. Would you and your staff please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Captain Patrick Washington. It's me again.
Okay. Thank you very much for accommodating us. And we have Mr. Kennedy with us.
Yes, ma'am. Desmond Kennedy, 495-912.
All right, Mr. Kennedy. So let me read some identifying information into the record and we'll get started.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Kennedy, you're classified as a third felony offender.
Yes, ma'am.
You were sentenced in Lafourche Parish
Yes, ma'am.
in February 2014 for a home invasion conviction. You received a 20-year sentence. You don't have a parole eligibility date, but you do have a good time date, which is in January 2029. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis, seated to my far left. I'm going to turn it over to him.
Good morning.
Hey, sir. Good morning. How you doing?
All right. Warden, could you tell us a little something about Mr. Kennedy, please?
Yes, sir. First of all, thank y'all for having us this morning. We greatly appreciate it. Seems like it's been a long time since I've seen all of y'all.
Yeah.
Desmond is one of our offenders who works at the headquarters. They call it a campus now, the headquarters campus. And he works in a very secure location. I could talk about his job performance. I could talk about his institutional record, but the thing I want y'all to hear from me today is what he's doing now. And that's he's working in a program, and I'm sure y'all are aware of, Beyond Bars with the Louisiana Crime Stoppers. Just this past Monday, he and Rashawn Williams were able to go to New Orleans and participate in the National Crime Stoppers Convention, and we got some really good feedback. In fact, one of their session was one of the best sessions that the place had. I've seen firsthand the impact that these young men are making on the lives of teenagers who are some at risk, some not, but it doesn't matter where they are. They're hearing a message of what one mistake can do to change your life. And like I said, firsthand knowledge of what it's doing and how it's impacting the youth in our community. So I'm very grateful for that. The other thing I will tell you about his commitment as a parent and as a husband. Every opportunity his wife and children get to come, they do. And he, even behind bars, is a positive role model in their lives. I'm glad that he's with us, but I look forward to seeing him move forward, progress, and grow. So thank y'all.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kennedy,
Yes, sir.
tell us something about yourself. What caused you to be incarcerated, and what are you doing now to better yourself, please?
Okay. First off, I want to thank y'all for this opportunity. First of all, thank God for the opportunity, and thank y'all for bringing me before y'all to be heard. I'm incarcerated for a home invasion. On January 20th, 2013, I come to prison on a home invasion. It was a drug deal, and I went back and kicked the guy's door in, me and a couple other guys, and went back, on bad intentions. And first off, it was wrong. I had no business of putting the victims in that traumatizing situation. It could have went both ways where lives could have been lost. And I really shamed those people and shamed my family. And I just want to apologize to the victims because I never had the chance to really do that. And I want to say I'm sorry to them for putting them in this position, traumatizing them. So I come to prison, and my redemption journey started right then and there because I had to ask myself if I wanted to keep putting myself through this and put my family through this. And I took the necessary steps possible. I took every class possible, and I went back and actually facilitated all of the classes. In the notable classes, I took anger management. And that's what I had problems with, actually dealing with anger and acting out of emotion instead of logic. So I took anger management. And that class actually helped me to deal with conflict resolution. And it showed me how to deal with anger in the right way instead of the wrong way. And it's easy to walk away instead of just provoking a situation to be worse than what it is. So I developed all of my spiritual grounding. I took New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary. That taught me how to go to God if I have problems and to deal with my problems the right way. And it also it gave me that spiritual grounding. It helped me navigate through my incarceration, and it gave me a real spiritual balance. I went back and actually facilitated that class also. Experiencing God helped me too. And one that really, really taught me something was victim awareness. Why victim awareness? It was because it shows the trauma that we cause people whenever we commit these senseless crimes. So I got into juvenile awareness, and I started teaching the youth, talking to the youth in prison. And that's when my youth journey started, with talking to the youth in prison. And I saw the impact that it actually made on teaching these youth and how to deal with the conflicts that they had, and everything don't have to be handled out of violence. So well, I heard a story during victim awareness from a lady. She lost her daughter, and it hit hard for me because I have kids. And it's like everybody that was affected by my crime, it made me realize that, hey man, you can't keep putting yourself or putting others in harm's way. So I did everything I was supposed to do. I come to the state police barracks June 25th, 2018. I've been here ever since. And that's when I met with Mr. Don Capola of Crime Stoppers. And at the job that I worked at headquarters. And I was seeing a lot of the teens come into prison. And I was just seeing them come through there, and it did something to me because, like, when I was seeing those kids, I was seeing my sons. And I got with Mr. Don, and it was a conversation that me and him had. And I told him, I'm like, everything these kids doing right now, like, I wonder if they really understand the trouble that they are causing themselves and other people. So we came up with the initiative Beyond Bars, and we started that to try to curb the crime and put preventative measures in place to talk to these kids and share the testimonies of the stuff that we've been through and everything our crimes cause. So I've been doing that. It's been successfully changing lives. I did a lot of back to school events where I gave away free haircuts to the kids that I encountered, and upon my release, if I am branded, I want to go back to barber school to get my instructor license to where I can open up a barber shop, and all of the kids that I impact, I'm able to help them, not just by talking to them, but giving them an opportunity to be better people.
Very good, very good. How old were you when you committed this crime?
I was 23, 22, 23.
Were you on drugs? Were you using drugs then?
No, sir, not like that, but not that night. But I have done drugs in the past. And the drug that I've done was ecstasy and marijuana.
Okay. Have you had any classes on drug?
Yes, sir. I took NAAA during my incarceration.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to ask some more questions later on, but you have some people here on your behalf. Oh, man. In person, we have Miss Kennedy, your wife, Miss Capola. I'm sorry, Don Capola with Crime Stoppers, and Johnny Dunham, Crime Stoppers. And you have your sister-in-law here, Miss Cryer, Mr. Cox, your brother-in-law, Patrice Cox, your sister-in-law, Gloria, how do you pronounce that? Naveen, your mother-in-law, and Miss Cox, Marquita Cox, your sister, and Adrian Coleman, your brother-in-law. We have 3 speakers that's going to speak on your behalf, and I guess we'll have your wife first. Knows a little about you. You want to go up to the podium and tell us what you want us to know about him?
Yeah. First of all, I want to say thank y'all for having me and allowing me to speak this morning. I am Desmond's wife, Lanita. I'm here to testify on his transformation. I speak on behalf of our children as well. He's proven through his humility, his consistency, his faith, and accountability. He's ready for the next chapter. I believe in him. We all believe in him. We're gonna all hold him accountable. He is loving, compassionate, caring, and supportive, even from behind the walls. He shows up for the kids. He's there for them. He prays with them, and he holds them accountable for their actions. He's a respectable person to kids, and we all respect him because we respect what he has to say. Having him home for the kids, it will give them that father presence that they need in their day-to-day lives. Sometimes a phone call, a few hours of visitation just won't cut it because they're at critical stages in their lives. We also understand that transitioning home for him is a major change, and we're making adaptations at home to be available, our family, so that we can hold him accountable. We just want to be put with the tools that he's going to need, and us, with him coming home, so we can be ready. We are going to do counseling, whether that's individual, as a couple, as family, whatever we need. We also have the spiritual covering from our pastors, who's going to hold us accountable. As his wife, I'm not going to accept anything less than what I know he's capable of. He's been showing me his best lately, so I'm not settling for nothing less. So he will have to keep up the good work. Everything that we're doing at home, we recently relocated here to Baton Rouge, outside of the area where the offense occurred, so that we can be in the midst of all of the positivity and the resources and the connections that he's made during his incarceration. So a stable home, reliable transportation, all of the things, we're being intentional about choosing our next steps as we prepare for him to come home. He had a moment when he spoke at a youth event with the kids through Crime Stoppers, and he was overwhelmed by the response from the children. And he realized that that was his purpose. A lot of people, they are able to find their purpose in difficult situations like he has. So it really solidified that for him. If granted, he's going to continue to work hard. He's going to continue the work that he started. He's going to strengthen our family. And he's going to mentor the youth. And he, will restore our home and expand his ability to reach the young children who desperately need guidance and hope from someone who understands their struggle. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next. On Crime Stoppers, we have Mr. Capola.
Good morning. Yeah, thank you for having me. So Des and I go back around 7 years. First met him at the Violent Crimes Unit, State Police Headquarters. He worked on the floor that Crime Stoppers offices on. As he mentioned, you would see these kids coming in and out, getting arrested, and they have no clue. So he and I collaborated, said, hey, we need an initiative through Crime Stoppers, and that is Beyond Bars, Choices, and Consequences. Des and Rashawn Williams, we go to schools, talk to the kids, they share their stories to these kids, and you would not believe the impact that they have had on these children. So we started this the latter part of 2024, and we're full steam ahead. Desmond is committed. If granted a release, he's like, I'm with you until the end. And that says a lot. We communicate on a daily basis. We plan ahead for our next events. As Ms. Kennedy said, we were just in New Orleans, Louisiana at the Crime Stoppers USA Conference. And these are Crime Stopper coordinators, directors, law enforcement from not only across the United States, but across the world, internationally. The impact that was made on them with the program that we started here by a simple conversation. It was one of the best sessions of the conference. We will go to a school, the kids afterwards sidebar with Desmond. If it's a troubled kid, I will give that kid my contact information so they can reach out to me in attempts to contact Des. Maybe it's something they messed up over the weekend. Maybe they just need that little extra support. So we have a conference call and he listens, he instructs, he gives advice, whatever he can do for these kids to change their life, and you wouldn't imagine the impact. The Department of Corrections, they were at Estruma High School with Mayor Edwards, interviewed Des and Rashawn, and it was a great program that we are continuing to grow. My phone rings daily from schools within the non-parish area that Crime Stoppers covers, requesting them to come. And I'm sure Captain Washington, when he sees my phone call, he's like, here we are, which is a great problem to have. And we just hope that he is given an opportunity to continue to work with Beyond Bars from a different perspective than he is now. So thank you. Please consider what's best for he and his family, and you know, I'm a great friend, and I consider him and his family, you know, part of mine as well. They stuck with me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Mr. Don?
Thank y'all for having us, letting us talk in favor of Desmond. I'm Johnny Dunham. Never thought I'd be here asking for clemency. I was retired police chief, 32 years with PRPD, executive director for Capital Region Crime Stoppers. But over the last 5 years, I've got to know Des at working at the VCU, and then with the Capital Region Crime Stoppers Beyond Bars program. And I'm so impressed with the work that he does with us, even before he came in with us to help. you have to understand, Don and I would go into schools and you have two law enforcement, present law enforcement guy, retired law enforcement guy trying to talk to youth, at-risk youth. It would go in one ear and out the other. You couldn't even get them to put down their cell phones. When Des first came with us to Beyond Bars, went to Geo Prep Academy. I'm not sure, I'll never forget. He started speaking. Initially, they had their phones and all up, and watching their faces and the fact that they started to drop their phones, and listen to Des, his story. You know, I mean, just the issues that he had growing up. A lot of these kids had the same issues, and it connected. And Don and I were like, "Wow, this is working. You know, this is really starting to get through." I mean, we have done events in schools, Livonia, Baton Rouge schools at Eskrima, Livingston Alternative School. We have been to so many schools, and we have gotten, you know, we cover a 9-parish area, like Don said. And we've got sheriffs. I got the sheriff in Assumption that just called me the other day. So I heard about the program from Sheriff Thibodeau and Point Capee, and you know, they're constantly now calling saying, "Can you bring the Des in LA to here?" So the program's working. It's been great. You know, if there is anybody watching Des and you know every day at work and everything else, it's not just about the program. It's just about his attitude. And the fact that you can tell, you know, the goal of the board is to, you know, give clemency to somebody that is what you consider reformed, then Des is a prime candidate. And I can't think of any inmate that would be more deserving of clemency than Desmond Kennedy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dunn. Ed, you got some big guns talking for you, and we appreciate the work that Crime Stoppers is doing. Are they talking about you?
Sir, I want to first start off by thanking them for being here for me and my family, because it just touched me in a whole different way. Just not just hearing them speak, because being in the action of doing the things you do, you don't think about the impact that you make on the people around you. And that's how passionate I am about what I do and who I do it for. At Geo Prep, I spoke to these kids and I was explaining how I came up and the things that I experienced coming up. And seeing these kids really react to me how they did when I gave my testimony, God showed me right in that moment that that's my purpose. God will use my testimony to change these kids' lives. And how I am with my kids, see, I treat these kids like they're my own. And I hold them accountable like they're my own. And I just try my best to pour back into these kids. You know, a lot of these kids don't have the opportunity to have people in their lives that are able to pour from them, pour into them, and also understand them. And I understand because I was once delinquent also myself. And all I just try to do is try to give them a positive outlook on life and try to give them the reality of the choices that they make. I didn't have a perfect life, and I have learned over the years not to blame nobody for the circumstances that I was into, because my own choices led me there. And I try to tell these kids to be accountable for every decision you make, because it's a ripple effect. And they don't understand that ripple effect and what it does. Like, everybody loses. I had just spoke to a kid yesterday, to be exact, and I told this kid that I could recount all of my times in the streets. I never won nothing. Ain't nothing about the streets is glorifying. Ain't nothing in there, man. I have so many losses that I had in the streets, and it's just keeping yourself accountable, man. And talking to these kids holds me accountable also, because I have to be I have to be accountable because now I'm a leader and I have kids that follow me. So I want to be the positive example for them.
Thank you so much. Maybe some of my colleagues might have some questions.
Yo, Dad, you damn sure can talk the talk. But give me some assurance here. I mean, what you did to those people wasn't that great, you know, made them strip and all of that. So, what kind of effect you think you had on your victims?
First off, I want to apologize again for the humiliation, the trauma, everything that happened that night. It wasn't supposed to happen. And the things that I've done to those victims shouldn't have happened to those people. They did not deserve that in no form or fashion. I could sit here and say I'm sorry 1,000 times. But if I don't change the person that I am and don't be accountable for what I do, then what sense it makes for me to even show sorrow if I'm not changing or being a better person? And those people did not deserve that night. I could say a drug deal went bad. Still, that does not. I had no business being in that position to where I put those people in there to have to deal with that. And I'm not here to say that I deserve anything. I'm just asking for mercy because those people didn't deserve that. They didn't deserve that on no account.
That's a good answer. Okay, thank you.
How many years have you served of your 20-year sentence?
13 in January, sir.
And that includes time before you were sentenced, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 13. What happened to the dog?
I'm laughing because honestly, that situation, I don't know what happened to the dog after we got arrested. I don't know if the dog was returned back to their owner or whatever like that, but that was very stupid also.
But y'all didn't hurt the dog, right?
No, sir.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Well, it seems like your life was a pathway leading to what it ended up that night, because prior to that, you had numerous arrests.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
what I count a total of at different times 24 worthless checks. So how did you make out those checks, and was it from individuals' checkings account? And did you make restitution? How did that go?
Actually, it was from my own account.
Okay.
So I'm gonna explain something that I did that was very, very stupid on my behalf. And this is the false ideologies that's being taught in the streets. So I was selling drugs and I would put money into an account and I would burn that account out. And what I would do if I take a loss in the streets, I would write those checks to recompensate for what I lost. Stupid. Yes, it was. And that's where all of that came from.
All the charges were on you for worthless checks.
Yes, ma'am.
That explains it. I couldn't understand how it got like that. And then just like Mr. Freeman was talking about, I mean, from 2010 to 2014, you know, there was this pathway.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you just cared less and less about the crime and more about what you wanted. I can only imagine what those victims went through that night. That was your crescendo. It really was. It ended up in that. And so there is victims in something like this, and they don't get over it overnight. Yes, so you place the fear in them that who knows how long that it will last. And also, I did want to say that all law enforcement is opposed to you getting out early, getting a commutation. That's what I wanted to say.
I just have one thing to ask you. You know, we talked about the victim of your home invasion, and you said you didn't do drugs, you sold drugs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So how many victims do you think you got in that?
Oh, a lifetime of them. I be so embarrassed sometimes when I sit back and think about how I came up in a household with a mother on drugs, and I sold the same drugs that incapacitated my mother.
Yeah, you saw what it did to her.
Yes, yes, ma'am. And
So let's talk about your children. How many kids you got? You got 5 kids?
6.
6.
Yes,
What's
ma'am.
their ages? What's their ages?
They are 18, 17, 16, 14, 13, and 15.
13, 14, 15, 16,
Yes.
17. Okay.
Yes.
Same mother?
No, and that's me, and the mothers combined. Well, me and my wife combined.
Your kids, her kids, and y'all's kids?
Yes, I call
I got
all of my kids. Yes, ma'am.
I understand, yeah. Okay, well, all I have to say is you're very lucky that your wife has stood by you all this time.
I'm so thankful and grateful for my whole family that has stuck by me through this time. And that's what makes it even harder for me to look at the victims, because here it is, I'm blessed to have this support.
Okay, well, we're gonna move on.
I'm
Mr.
good.
Tillis?
Yeah.
Okay,
Ready to
are
vote.
there any other questions? All right, we're ready to vote, Mr. Tillis.
Mr. Kennedy, I think you've done some bad things. And, I see the remorsefulness in you. I see that you've changed and we need more guys like you to help these young guys. You got 4 big guns with you, Captain Washington and your friends here, and especially your wife.
Thank you.
And I hope you don't disappoint them.
Well,
My vote today is going to be to commutation of sentence to 13 years.
Mrs. Stapleton?
thank you.
My vote today is to deny, based upon your extensive criminal history and the number of victims seen and unseen by you that your crimes have caused, complete law enforcement opposition, and I think your sentence of 20 years was a fair sentence considering everything that happened.
Mr. Prater?
I take into consideration very strongly what the police chief here that with Crime Stoppers now and what the captain says about his behavior now. And I look at all the reports and I think this is the kind of person, the reason we're here is to try to sift out the wheat from the chaff, if that's the term. And I think he's got the potential to be wheat. And so my vote is to grant to immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Freeman?
You changed my mind. I'm not gonna lie to you. I had deny written all over my paper after I read the offense report, but you gave me the answers I wanted to hear. I do think you need to be on supervision, so I'm also gonna grant with immediate parole eligibility.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Kennedy, I've been impressed with what the captain had to say. I'm impressed with you overcoming a lot of odds based on where you came from. And I'm glad to see you making a positive impact. You could do some good. I agree with my colleagues. My vote today also is to vote that your sentence be commuted to immediate parole eligibility. So you did get 4 votes to commute your sentence. So that's the recommendation we will make on your behalf. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank y'all so much.
Captain, that
Thank you.
concludes our business. We're going to
See
sign
y'all
off.
Wednesday.
All right. All right, good morning. The pardon board is reconvening. We're at Louisiana State Penitentiary. It is 9:48 a.m. and today is Thursday, October 30th, 2025. Good morning. Would the staff at Angola please introduce yourself for the record?
Deputy Warden Olivo.
Reginald Admiral classification.
We got everybody?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And our first case, or our only case there is Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Wheeler, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Freddie James Wheeler III, 29-1925.
All right, Mr. Wheeler, thank you, sir. You're here today seeking a commutation of your sentence, and you were sentenced in in Lafayette Parish in June of 2009 for simple robbery. You have another sentencing date in Acadia Parish, which was March of 2008, unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling. You received a 3-year sentence in Acadia and a life sentence in Lafayette Parish. So you're currently serving a life sentence. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're classified as a 5th felony offender. Is that correct?
I thought it was a 4th felony.
Well, I'm looking at your master prison record and it says 5th offender. Unless there's something new. Warden Oliver, can you confirm his offender class?
If he got it, it's still.
Showing 5th.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Wheeler, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. He'll introduce your guest there at Angola in just a few minutes, and he'll have some questions for you.
Okay, Mr. Wheeler, first thing, tell me what was going on in your life at that time? Looks like there was a lot going on. I mean, like she said, you're a 5th felony offender, and you've had 6 probation and parole revocations. So tell me, why should I believe that it's going to work this time if we were to give you some relief?
Through the years I've been here, I took all the programs and everything, and I rehabilitated myself. I'm very remorseful for all the wrongs I've done. To the victim that I committed a crime against, I'm very remorseful for all that. I'm remorseful to her family, to my family, and everyone that was involved. And with these programs, I really became aware of everything, and I want to do better in life.
Okay.
The programs have helped me out a lot.
Okay, we're going to get into the programs. I'm going to get into that with you when I get some more questions. Okay, so the programs have helped you. Tell me, why were you doing all of these crimes? Were you addicted to drugs? Problem.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was on drugs. I was on drugs, and
What kind of drugs?
I was using crack cocaine.
Okay, and what age you started using crack cocaine?
Maybe 19, 20 years old, maybe.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna come back to you. You have some speakers on your half, but first I want to talk to the warden. Warden, what can you tell me about Mr. Wheeler?
So Mr. Wheeler served about 17 years. He AU'd in August of 2009. He's a minimum A assigned to Wolf 4, and he works in the CDC warehouse, which is with Prison Enterprise. No disciplinary reports. I triple checked his chart just now.
Sure.
Sir?
18 years and he's had no disciplinary report.
Well, I just triple checked this chart to make sure.
I look back at it too. Okay.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked, but I'm proud of him. Victims awareness and the letter training has been completed, and I do see his letter in his file. He took the healthcare orderly course in 2009. He's done anger management in 2012, thinking for a change in 2018, 100 hours in 2016, substance abuse in 2012, and then flipping through the chart, I noticed he has lots of, faith-based certificates just from, it looks like, what is this classes called? Correspondence courses. So he has lots of those in here, some of them being developing your faith, fasting for his glory, Christianity, brotherhood, lots of them. And his tiger risk is low.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, now we're gonna speak to the people that are here to speak on your behalf. First, let's hear from, well, let me go on and say who all's gonna be speaking. Channing Blake from the Parole Project, Lee Christopher, a pastor, try this, Senegal Holton, your uncle, Senegal Garcia, your mother. I guess maybe I'm pronouncing that backwards. Houghton Senegal and Gracia Senegal, Austin Dijon, stepfather, and Terrence Senegal, your cousin. Now I'm gonna call on the people that wish to speak on your behalf. First, Channing Blake from the Parole Project.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Freddie Wheeler. He's a minimum aid trustee. He has no DB reports because of his programming and his participation in faith-based programming there. We've accepted him into our program. Should the board deem it necessary to give him a favorable recommendation, we're going to provide him transitional housing, substance abuse evaluations, consumer norms, and many other programs. So due to his strong family support and due to his programming and rehabilitation, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Also, next we're going to hear from Christopher Lee, your pastor. Mr. Lee, step at the podium, please, sir. Tell us what you want us to know about Mr. Wheeler.
One of my board members of the Tennessee board. My name is Reverend Christopher Lee. I stand before you today not merely as a pastor, but as a witness to the remarkable journey of a man whom God has reshaped in the crucible of confinement. Mr. Freddie Wheeler has walked a long road, a road paved with reflection, repentance, and refinery. He has lived with the weight of his past choices as the foundation of renewed purpose over the years. Of course, 18 years, time has not only passed, it has worked upon him, carving humility with pride, once stood, and planting wisdom where recklessness once resided in his life. In him I have seen what cannot be scripted, rehearsed, or manufactured. The quiet speak of evidence of restoration. It is the restoration not only that one seeks release, but that one that accepts responsibility. Since his incarceration, he has maintained a spotless disciplinary record and devoted himself to personal growth, education, and faith. He has completed numerous personal development and educational programs. And more importantly, he has become a voice of those that seek peace and not conflict, and mentor to those finding their way. As a pastor, I have learned that redemption is not a moment. It is a process, often born in silence and sometimes watered with tears. And I stand before you this morning as a witness of what the process that have took root and bear fruit in Mr. Freddie Wheeler's life. Same God who judged also restores. The same justice that disciplines also seeks to make whole. True justice, I believe this morning, is not merely about the past a man cannot change, but about the future he is now prepared to serve. After 18 years, Mr. Freddie Wheeler has risen, not to deny his past, but to define his future, not to escape consequences, but to embrace calling. His life today stands as a living testimony that even behind bars, the human soul can be reborn. I ask this honorable board to wait not only on the offense, but the transformation, not only the act, but the aftermath of grace in his life. Today, your decision is more than administrative. It is sacred. It holds the potential not only to release a man, but to release a message that says to the world that redemption is still real, grace still works, change is still possible. And so I stand before you this morning with a heart full of faith and a voice full of conviction, believing that God has already accomplished in Mr. Freddie Wheeler, can now receive mercy through your wisdom. Let this be the end of a sentence, but the beginning of a story, one written not of guilt, but of grace. May the Spirit of God guide your decisions and your discernment. May His wisdom steady your judgment, and may His compassion crown your decision through your choices today. And may heaven bear itself that justice and mercy have once met again, and righteousness and peace have kissed itself again. Thank you. May God's grace be upon all of you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, and now we're gonna hear from Mr. Terrence Senegal. Mr. Terrence.
How you doing, board? May it please the board. My name is Terrence Senegal. I'm Freddie Wheeler's cousin, first cousin. I'm going to speak to you today on behalf of my family and on behalf of him, just in more of a capacity standing. In his capacity, he was habitualized in this matter, and the habitual offenders law doesn't preclude for some sort of restitution or restoration in the process. He's been remorseful. He's tried to reach out to the victim himself, and just the best he could. He made no quarrels about making a mistake this last time. This was drug induced. Nothing to hide from, nothing to shield from. It was a mistake, one that he bared the price of. He's been clean in jail. He hasn't had a failed test. We'll support him on the outside. We can attest to trying to be the best support system as possible. My father's here. He's a deacon in the church. His stepfather's here, who's a business owner. His mother's here. He has a sister at home who's had children since he's been away. He's given almost 18 years on a 0 to 7 crime, almost 220% of his life. At this point, I believe he's the candidate, the prime candidate, to show that there is some rehabilitation even in a habitual law. That don't mean your life is completely in shambles and over. That he can stand the ground and come out and show that he's picked up trades, he's picked up a new leaf. He can be an example for a community that actually needs it. So I humbly come before you guys. I pray every single day for my cousin. I visited him. I can say I looked in his eyes as a man, and I was only 20 years old almost at the time. I'm 40 now. As a man, he's given his life to God. He's tried his best. We love him, and we always support him. So I just pray that we come before you guys and say that though we understand he made wrongs in his life, I think the 3 years that ran consecutive with this time, everything, he's given his due back to society. He's done his justice in here. He's trying his best. And I think that this is your prime candidate. Let's just give him a chance. And that's all I have to say. I'll keep it as brief as I can.
Thank you. Okay, let's get back to you, Mr. Wheeler. What changed? I mean, I gotta know. I mean, I see your past history, like I said, supervision problems, the number of offenses. I mean, what has changed in your life that all of a sudden, I mean, your last time you was in prison, I saw you had a few little disciplinary hiccups, but you've had none this time. So tell me what changed.
I changed, my whole life changed because I don't want to do what I've been doing all my life. The wrong I've been doing it wasn't doing no good to me and nobody else. I hurt people mentally, and I feel very remorseful for that. That's a change that I really made, and all I want to do is be a positive person and help people in society. I want to be the best person I can be. I want to do right. And I really, really want to be free.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, I will say that all of the law enforcement is opposed, but the one victim that we could contact had no comment, left it up to us. She did say that she doesn't suffer any trauma from it. So tell me about your victim class. Tell me what you've learned, because there's been a lot of victims over your time.
I learned that it's wrong to hurt people. That's one of the main things I learned. And that it affect me, it affect them, and affect their family. It shouldn't be. You know, I can't change what I've done, and I'm very remorseful for it. And I wish if I could tell them in person that I'm remorseful for it, but I mean, I wrote a letter. I wish she can read it.
Gotcha. Okay, let's see, so there's just a bunch of road, okay. And you've served 18 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
This was a habitual offender bill, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Matter of fact, looking at all your charges, I think the simple robbery was the only one where there was a gun involved.
No, sir.
Wasn't a gun involved in that one either?
There wasn't no weapon involved at all.
Because all the rest of your arrests are non-violent. Okay, I have no further questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues and Ms. Renata.
Mr. Wheeler. How far did you go in high school?
12th grade.
Finished? Have you tried to go any further in your education while you've been incarcerated?
No, sir. I didn't go any further with the education. I got into the hobby craft. I learned how to do leather work.
I see.
And
Okay.
that's been the trade.
No more questions.
Did you know the victim of the unauthorized entry?
Yes, ma'am.
She was a relative?
No, ma'am.
No. I just asked because I saw the same last name. I was just curious.
So not that I know of.
What's your job?
I work at the CDC warehouse.
What do you do there?
We load and unload the supplies or whatever prisons may need or whatever we clean up. I mean, whatever they call for us to do, we do.
Did you have a job before you came to prison?
Yeah, well, I worked around to the shop at home sometime, but mainly I was landscaping, cutting grass, and doing different things.
All right, any other questions?
None of your previous convictions were violent offenses, but except 1994, you had a simple robbery, 2 counts of simple robbery. What happened back then?
Back then, there was a drug deal, and I got robbed. I was drugged 3.5 blocks hanging on, they pulled me at 3.5 blocks hanging on the side of a truck, and I was in a coma. When I came through, that's when I learned I had a simple robbery charge. But that was a drug deal, went bad.
But you pled no contest to it.
Yes, sir, because I mean, I when they say I robbed somebody, I mean, I was just amazed, I was shocked. I got robbed.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
All right, Mr. Wheeler, I think we've done with our questions. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Wheeler, my vote's gonna be to commute your sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Mr. Freeman, and I hope that you continue making yourself better.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Freeman, and I do think that you've got your mind on the right path, and I wish you every luck.
Mr. Prater.
I'll concur also with the understanding you have served all of your sentence on the robbery, and you have served 11 years on a habitual offender, as a habitual offender, correct? Is that about right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, my vote's to deny. I'm sorry.
All right. All right, Mr. Wheeler. I'll echo what Warden Oliver said. I'm proud of you. My vote is going to be to commute your sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. So you got 4 votes to commute your sentence, and that's the recommendation we're going to make on your behalf. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
That concludes our business. Warden Oliver will sign off at 10:08.
Thank y'all.
All right, good morning. Bethany. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
Bethany Kendall. 5645 South Station Drive. 7.
All right, thank you. And let me just read some identifying information into the record here. So you are here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Bossier Parish in April 2014 to a 7-year sentence for a simple robbery conviction. Is that right? Okay, thank you. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. He'll have some questions.
Good morning, Mr. Kimball. How are you? Tell me what happened. What caused you to go on that?
So I was living in active addiction and surrounded by people also living in active addiction. I was destroying my life the best way that I knew how. Really didn't care to live for anything, and at that time, he threatened money and was just making stupid decisions that I could make. That's
How old were you at the time? How old were you now? Wow, it looks like you're about 17.
Yeah, it's very good. Yeah.
You have some people here that will speak on your behalf. Mr. Tandle? Your brother? You want to speak now? Yeah.
that's gonna.
No, he's not talking.
Oh, he's not talking yet? Right, well, anyway, you see who's here. Yeah, I got you. I got Crystal Hawkins, Miss Hawkins. Sorry about that.
You can go.
I was waiting for that.
We're paying attention.
I'm Krista Hawkins, and I'm the Executive Director of Hope Connections, an agency in Shreveport that serves homeless people. And we do, we're the homeless coalition for that region. And in 2000, when COVID came, we opened a safe haven shelter at the request of the Louisiana Housing Corporation, and we hired Bethany to work midnight to 8 because we need people, anybody who would work at that time. And in just months, Bethany had worked her way up, and she worked in every single program and was amazing. Worked with people, listened to them, and went to school full time as well. And now is the director of all client services at our agency. Runs 3 different programs, oversees those, finished her degree in addictive studies, and is trying to get licensed. And we're just so proud. And the agency would not run the same without Bethany. And I think we feel so lucky to have her on our staff as a leader. She's a natural leader and a natural, has a compassion that is unstoppable and is contagious to other employees. And we're just really lucky to have her. And I think the good that she can do in this field and in this life for other people is endless. And I just can't say enough good things. Plus, we have to probably shut down without her.
Yeah, I just noticed you were a boss.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next we'll have Miss Elizabeth, his mother, her mother.
I'm Libby Mangum. I'm Bethany's mother. I just want to share with you when she was little. She was kind, encouraging, easily directed with everything she did, from church to family to taekwondo to being the school mascot, education, just everything she did, she was a joy and so coaching. I heard that from everybody in the world. At some point, early teens, started struggling with anger and pride and addiction. And that started guiding her choices that she's living in. And we watched for a while and we allowed God to meet her where she was at to affect change because we couldn't get, we didn't get a lawyer, we let her defender, we got decided where she's going and how long she's going. And when she was sentenced to that 7 years hard labor, I thought the journey was over, but it wasn't. It just began. She dug in, she owned mistakes, she sought correction, she learned to follow rules, she learned to put her anger aside and work through the emotions and make better decisions. She asked me to get counseling before she came home, so I wouldn't do anything that enabled her to allow any bad decisions in the wrong direction. And wasn't blaming me for it, but just wanted to make sure we had a plan. We talked about actively preventing recidivism, and then we're able to implement some of these things to just make sure we weren't ever going backwards. So from there, it's just really been a joy to watch. She's very independent. She takes care of all of her own bills. She doesn't run out of money at the end of the month. She just takes care of herself, and then takes care of me and her family, nieces and nephews, everyone. She's willing to help. She's willing to admit when she needs help. It's the person I knew she would be one day. Just happy to her. And I think, now asking pardon, we aren't asking her to say whatever happened was a mistake. I feel like it changed all of us for better. We're better people. And she can serve her community from all her heart like she does now. She understands them. She understands so much about them and speaks a language that I don't think she would have had otherwise. We don't want to bypass the fact that they were victims, it's a victim, and we don't want to undermine that meant something to them and how damaging that was. Our hope is that the time that she spent, and then she's been home almost as long as she's gone, she's been able to turn things around so well, live life. It's full of integrity, law-abiding, sober, just pours into everybody around her. Hope is she can finish her master's and get licensed in psychology and utilize that degree to its fullest measure. She can't do that with pardon. Now, I can assure you, if this pardon isn't done, we're not stopping. She's still got all of us and a team that she can make more impact on this community if she has that whole relationship.
Thank you so much. And her grandfather, Mr. Jimmy Ray.
Good morning. My name is Jimmy Ray. I'm her grandfather. I was a police officer for 23 years with the Shreveport Police Department, and I have seen people lie, cheat, steal, whatever you want to do. There she sits. When she was in prison, in jail in Shreveport in plain dealing, I watched her lie through her teeth that I'll do better, I won't do this, I will do this. And I told my wife, I said, her grandmother said, she's lying. If you get her out, this is what's going to happen. And if she does get out, I pray to God she won't get shot. She counts on her mom. She goes to prison right down here in Baton Rouge. We're coming down on a regular basis to see her. I still see that angry girl as a teenager start growing up in prison. The last 5 years that she was there, I don't watch what she's doing. I'm watching what the guards are doing. And the guards are in love. And she's in love with the guards. And she's doing the right thing. She told me one time about all I want to do, put my headphones on and go out there and cut grass for 8 hours. And I stay out of trouble. I don't associate with these friends. So that's part of my life that isn't gone. When she got out of jail and she came home, couldn't find a job. Just couldn't find a job. I said, I'll get you a job. But it's nasty, it's dirty, it's 105 and 110 degrees, cutting grass, weeding. She jumped into there, and the guy that ran the company told me about 3 months later, that's the best employee I've got. She's always on time, she's always got a smile. And it doesn't matter how nasty the job is, she'll do it. And that's where I really saw the change in her and what she's doing with this Hope Connection and how she has become a young woman. And the only thing I can say for y'all is, we make mistakes. We all make mistakes. And as a teenager, he made big mistakes. Paid for it. But I can tell you from not only as a grandfather, but also in law enforcement, I see a change. And I see the good that's coming out of her life. And it's always going to stay there with me. It will always stay there with me. And then she gets a heart. I was working at a golf course. Got her a job to come there. While she was in prison, she got her license to spray chemicals. The golf course had nobody. The director of SPAR, the Parks and Recreation wanted to hire her. The pro wanted to hire her. The greenkeeper wanted to hire her. And you know what happened? Convicted felon. No, we can't hire her. So I'm asking you to give her a chance. She has made a difference. She has changed her life around. And I can only see a bright future for her for the rest of her life. Thank y'all for letting me speak.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Miss Bethany. Step back up. You have a real good grandfather. What age were you when you were packing the gun? You started packing the gun?
Well, I was 18. It was just, wasn't my gun, somebody else's gun. I didn't practice carrying. I didn't even want to shoot the gun. It was one of the other guys' gun. It's my idea to do it. So.
Okay, good. I don't have any more questions.
Miss Bethany, are you still going to AANA?
I don't.
Okay, well, what do you do to quell the wanting of drugs and alcohol?
I don't want them. I live a life that's completely different. I work at Hope Connections. I see the consequences of addiction and the hell it is every day, day in and day out, and I work hard to help people get out of that. I have support all around me. My boss is in recovery. He's been in recovery for
32.
30, I was so close. 32 years. We don't forget. That's something that you just don't. You don't forget. And I have support when I need help. I ask for help. And I live a life I don't want to lose. So.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Bethany, what you're doing is wonderful. That there's a lot of callings in this world, but I think the homeless is so stigmatized because they come to you in the worst shape in the world. You know, a lot of times they're nasty, they're dirty, and drugs are involved. They really are crawling for help when they see somebody, and somebody like you comes along. So that is a particularly blessed calling. And thank you for doing it, and for your boss and anybody else that's taking care of the homeless, because they do need the help. So one thing I would say, and maybe you've already figured it out, you know, you're leading people by example, and people aren't supposed to look at other people to find their way in life, but they do. They do look at it. So when you let your family down, you always kind of think, well, okay, I let them down, but they'll forgive me. But the homeless and people like that you're going to be teaching that there's a better way, they're going to be watching you, and they're going to try to pattern their life after you. So with that calling comes responsibility. And it sounds like you're up to it, Bethany. You know, so you'll have my prayers.
All right, we do have a green card from Linda Ray, Bethany's grandmother, and she says Bethany has worked very hard to become a good citizen. She's worked, sweated, and finally completed college. Very proud. So I don't see any other questions. We are prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis.
Bethany, my vote today is going to be to grant without firearms.
Mrs. Stapleton.
And I concur with with Chuck. I'm going to grant pardon without restoration.
Mr. Craig.
I concur.
Mr. Freeman.
Bethany's doing wonderful, but I'm sorry, today I got to deny. I mean, your cleansing period hadn't even been 4 years. You're not going to AA, which I understand you got great family, but that's something I would suggest. And as I said, I mean, you got a record and you hadn't even been off supervision, but about 4 or 5 years, it's just too soon. You're doing terrific, but it's too soon. So my vote is to deny. High needs and risks too.
Bethany, my vote is gonna be to recommend the pardon without the firearms.
Didn't request the file.
Yeah.
So she-
But we have to stipulate one way or the other. So even if you did, we'd say no to that. I appreciate, as has been said, you work with the homeless shelter. Keep up the good work. So we're gonna make that recommendation. Good luck. Yes. All right, good morning.
Morning.
Ashley, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
I'm Ashley Hendrick. My mailing address is 85500 Highway 1129, Covington. 704.
Great, thank you. And so you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in St. Tammany Parish, 4 counts of simple burglary in May of 2009. You received a 7-year DOC sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 5 years probation. Is that information correct? All right. Your case was assigned to Mr. Prater, so we turn it over to him.
Okay, Ashley, you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm nervous. I'm very nervous.
Well, don't be nervous, okay?
In life in general, that person I don't know.
That's a
anymore.
good start for an interview. Good start. Okay, we're here to talk about some simple burglary charges that you're wanting to get cleansed off of your record,
Yes.
correct? And in what year were you arrested for these?
2008.
Okay, and what year did you finish your parole or probation on these?
Oh gosh, maybe like 2014.
Okay, so it's been about 11, 12 years since you've been off the paper, what they call paper. Okay, and in that time, have you had any crimes of violence or any kind of problems? I see you got a DWI.
Yes.
And have you had anything other than the one DWI?
Not.
Okay, do you drink now?
No, I very, very rarely and if I do, it's a wedding and I have one drink and I don't drink.
Okay. Well, that's honest. Appreciate you admitting. A lot of people tell us they don't drink, and I figure that some of them probably
Yeah,
do, but
no,
not everybody lying to us.
it
But
might be like once a year.
okay. And why do you need this cleansed off of your record?
It's holding me back professionally. I would like to do early steps. We have an underserved area where I live in Franklinton. A couple times now I've been approached by the director of early steps in my area, and every time I have to tell her no, that I'm not interested, but I am. I know when they're gonna have to do a background check, and I know people who see my background check, that's who they think I am, and I'm not.
Okay. In reading your statement, it sounds like you were a victim of circumstances. That's the first time the way I understand it, it's the first time you'd ever been to that house.
Yes.
That you spent the night over there, you woke up to the police kicking in the door.
Yes.
And there were a lot of things around there that had gotten taken from cars. Is that correct?
Yes.
Car burglaries.
Yes.
So it wasn't inhabited dwellings, it was all vehicle burglary thefts. And did you know that they were doing that?
I knew that they weren't living right. I knew that they were, bad kids, but I didn't know the extent of what was happening. Like, I was blindsided. I had known Colby in junior high, and then we separated, like I hadn't seen him in years. So when we wound up sleeping at their house, I didn't know that he was on that bad of a track. In my mind, he was the junior high kid, and I felt comfortable. Like, I just never in my wildest dreams would have thought that I would wake up to that, and that they were doing that.
Okay. And so your attorney convinced you that'd be the best way
Oh, yes, sir.
to do is go ahead and plead and take a
After
suspended sentence?
Public defender, and
I knew there was no chance I would be able to afford a lawyer. I had him on one.
Okay. Okay, I didn't ask you for a statement to start with or call on your supporters yet, because I wanted to hear all of that. Before we got into anything else. Okay, let's hear from some folks that are here to talk on your behalf. And then we'll ask my board members if they have any questions. Okay, you got Bobby Champagne's on YouTube, Kenny Champagne's on YouTube, Harry Brackman's YouTube, Misty Brackman's YouTube. Got Cade Hemby, your brother who's here, but he's not going to be speaking. Then you got, looks like you got 3 people that are going to speak. And I'll let them decide at what order. And if you would go to the podium, introduce yourself, and just give us a brief statement, because we want to hear that you love her, that you're gonna support her, that she's a good person, if that's true. But we don't, we are kind of somewhat time limited. And so just make your remarks as brief as you think it takes. Okay, first, got Laura Hemby, the mother, Shannon Boards, if I'm saying that right, a friend, and Dayton Benson, a son. So I will let y'all determine who goes first. Okay, just introduce yourself and give us a brief statement about what you got on your mind.
I am Lori Hemby. I am Ashley's mom. And as you can tell, she is amazing. And never in a million years would Ashley have ever done it like this. She just got in with the wrong people on the wrong night. And she has worked so hard. She has a beautiful family, 3 kids. She loves her job. She works with kids like her brother, Kay, which was her dream. From the time she was little, she wanted to be a physical therapist to help kids like Kay. And she does a beautiful job of it. The kids love her. Her coworkers love her. She's just a hard worker, a great mom, and wonderful.
Thank you. Okay, Shannon or Dayton? Shannon, I take it. Okay.
So good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to give my testimony in support of Ashley Hemby's pardon. I'm privileged to have known Ashley for over 5 years in both a professional and a personal capacity. I'm the administrator and speech language pathologist at the Healthcare Center for Medically Fragile Children, where Ashley is contracted as a physical therapy assistant. As her supervisor, I can attest to Ashley's professionalism, her work ethic, and her passion for helping medically fragile children. I would rate her job performance as stellar. My job would be 100 times easier if everyone was as proficient and dependable as Ashley. She's the employee that gets along with everyone. And when Ashley walks through the door, the staff will say in unison, "Yay, Ashley's here." As a fellow therapist that spends many hours a week co-treating patients with Ashley, I can tell you that she is the best PTA I have worked with in my 25-year professional career. Her skills are incredible. Her brain is just constantly firing, finding new ways and innovative approaches to helping children reach their goals. She goes above and beyond the therapy room to help her patients, often coming out of pocket with her own money to purchase equipment and advocate for her patients' rights. If a child doesn't have a proper size shoe, needs an adaptive device, you can count on Ashley to show up with well-fitting shoes and a device that she modified on her own time to help that child. Working with her makes me want to be a better therapist. And the patients and their parents love her. Parents know that their child is going to do things that others would never think was possible because Ashley's going to push them and she's never going to give up on them. And since these children can't be here today to tell you how amazing she is, it's only fitting that I speak on their behalf. As a friend, I can tell you that Ashley is thoughtful, she's sensitive, she's fun, and she finds a silver lining in every situation. While I can go on about what a great employee, therapist, and friend she is, I can tell you that her greatest accomplishment is her children. She is a wonderful and devoted mother to Dayton, Lincoln, and Layla. She pours into them every day, supporting them and loving them with her whole heart. And I don't know the Ashley that made the mistakes of her past. I only know the responsible, goal-driven woman that sits in front of me. I feel so passionately about Ashley's pardon that I have taken off work, drove 2 hours, took the day off, and so that I could look you guys in the eye and plead on her behalf, knowing that if she's pardoned, I lose risking her, knowing that if she's pardoned, I risk losing her as my employee. Because once pardoned, the opportunities for employment are going to be endless. So pardoning Ashley will be the single best professional decision you will make. And I guarantee that Louisiana's future will be better because of it. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you for coming, and I may have missed a title or something by calling you whatever, but anyway, I apologize for that. Are you a doctor? Is that
I'm a speech pathologist.
okay? All right.
I'm the administrator of the medical facility.
Well, thank you for taking time to be here and for what you said. We'll take that. Okay, let's hear from the son. See if you can top that.
Baby Vincent, son. If I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really know I'm here. My mom is the most caring, sweet person that I've ever known. She helps out, like, I think what happened was just a mistake. And mistakes, they happen to everybody. My friend recently made a mistake, ran away from home, and I told my mom about it. Without a second thought, my mom drove down probably 30 minutes, picked them up, brought them home, cared for them, gave them good words of advice, and helped, like, how do I say it? Helped them get back on their feet and brought them back home. I'm sorry.
You're doing great.
My mom used to read me books every night before bed, and I remember falling asleep and just being like, how lucky I am to be with her right now. And I wouldn't know where to be without her. That's all I would say.
That's very good.
Thank you. Thank you, man. Talked it. That was very meaningful. Okay, if there's anything else you'd like to say, feel free, but I don't need any more questions or anything else for me to be satisfied with my vote. And I'll turn it over to Madam Chairman to lead the other votes.
You got anything else you want to tell us?
No, I'm sorry.
Well, we're gonna go ahead and vote. Mr. Prater?
My vote is to give you a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Thank you.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is the same, and I thank you, young man, for coming here. That's great.
Mr. Tillers?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
As do I. So you received a unanimous vote, so we're gonna make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor, pardon with restoration of firearms. Good luck to you. Yes, good morning, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name,
Ballard,
what's your mailing address?
68293 WE Ballard Lane, Kentwood, Louisiana. 704.
All right, thank you. So you're here today, seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have two parishes of conviction, Tangipahoa Parish. You were sentenced in November 2003, possession of methamphetamines. You received a 5-year sentence, 3 years probation.
That was
That's
it.
And then in Washington Parish, March 2004, that was 5-year sentence. It was suspended. You were placed on 5 years probation.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
Yes, I went through the drug court program to kind of, I don't know how they worked it, all ran together.
Yeah. Okay. Well, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions?
Hey, Mr. Ballard, how are you this morning?
Fine, how are you?
Good. Tell us what brought you here, what caused you to be here.
This honestly, I did a whole 20 years work in the refineries. It never really bothered me. And I just got to looking into it. I've got a 7-year-old twins. And that really got me into, like I put on my application, what if they want to go hunting in the future. Probation and parole, actually, I believe I'm legal to own and possess firearms. I've heard nightmare stories about crossing the state line, dealing with different law and all. But honestly, today, standing before you, I'd also put on there for my contractor's license. I got impatient on that when it got in. So hopefully if this goes through, I can take the felon off my, the license and order having that one. But honestly, today, standing here, the main reason I want this is so when those girls grow up, and I've got a baby boy due in April, is so that when they ask me, Daddy, did you get in trouble? I can honestly tell my babies yes, but I went back before those folks and they basically, through the grace of the Lord, forgave me. And that's, without a shadow of a doubt, that's pretty much where I'm at. Reason I'm here today.
Okay.
It never really hindered me.
All right, yeah, you said why you want the pardon, but tell me, what did you do? What were you doing to get?
Oh, what did I get in trouble for? I had a moment of young ignorance, chasing drugs mostly. I don't know. I lived pretty much clean cut my whole life, and then I went through a little spell there, and then I guess just hanging with the wrong folks. And let's do it. That's pretty much. They had a whole lot on there that I hadn't done back then. I never stuck a needle in my arm and deal with vaccination.
So you were selling drugs?
More to support a habit. I wouldn't say that I was a drug dealer. It was amongst a underground community, if you want to know the truth. It wasn't like I was out on the streets chasing somebody down. Hey, you want some of this?
And you're originally from Kentwood?
Yes, sir.
They got some rough people over there.
Hopefully they don't hold that against me. No joking when they get with strange.
I have no more questions.
I had a brother-in-law that lived there, and every time all of us would go there, we'd all fill up our gallon things with Kentwood spring water. So yeah, that was a good reason to go over there. I don't have any questions.
Any question? Oh, well, all right. I guess we're ready to vote, Mr. Tillis.
I read your report and Kentwood Police stopped you over there.
Yes, sir.
And they have no opposition against you. People from Kentwood are kind of rough, but I'm gonna go ahead and grant with firearms.
Ms. Staples.
I concur with Mr. Tillis. It's been 22 years ago. You went through drug court and you haven't had any problems since. So I vote to grant with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur.
And as do I. So it's unanimous. We'll make that recommendation on your behalf, Mr. Ballard.
Thank you so
Stay
much.
away from those people in Kentwood.
Good morning.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Good. Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and your mailing address.
My name is Ivy Batiste. Mailing address is 200 White Rock Court, Midland, Texas, 755.
Great, thank you, sir. Did you say Midland?
Oh, Bella.
Bella, okay.
Yes. It's a little suburb of Dallas, South Dallas.
Okay. So, Mr. Batiste, you're here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced November of 1990 in Orleans Parish, possession of cocaine. You received a 5-year sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 4 years probation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The case has been assigned to Mr. Prater, so I'm going to turn it over to him.
All right. Have you been in trouble since then?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you doing cocaine at the time?
No, sir. Wasn't doing cocaine, nor did I possess cocaine. I was on the weekend. I was in college at the time, and I was home for a weekend. And I was in a neighborhood, fortunately, that had a lot of, it was most places in New Orleans, but this is a neighborhood I went to school in, junior high school. So I had friends in that particular neighborhood. And I was home for the weekend from college, and my friends were going to take me out. It was my birthday weekend, and unfortunately, I had this incident that happened with law enforcement at that particular time. But no, I didn't possess nor did I use cocaine, and this kind of altered my life, so to speak, in terms of because of this incident, I was able to go back to college and finish. So when I say it altered, I did not let it deter my life or my life's course in terms of what I want to do with my life. So it's one of those unfortunate things that I had to deal with and overcome. And I'm standing here today as part of the restoration process to continue that, particularly as it pertains to my main motivation is not firearms, so to speak, is my 17-year-old son. He is one of, outside of my wife, a very important piece of my life. And this is a story I have yet to share with him. And this process for me is I can share this story in terms of how easily something can happen to you, but also how you don't let it determine or dictate to you what your life's course is. So as part of that, with this whole process for me, 35 years ago, 35 years, I've got 2 speeding tickets. One of them coming to see my beloved Saints for a football game, unfortunately. It happened. Again, I couldn't finish my degree because of it, but I've been very blessed and fortunate that I have a 35-year career. I'm currently director of sales operations for a logistics company, and that's primarily what I've done, logistics and warehousing, for the last 28 years. I've held several leadership roles. My smallest team that I've led is a team of 16. The largest team I've led is 288. As a regional sales operations manager for Ashley Furniture. So again, it's very important to me that as I share this with him, the biggest part of this for me is resiliency that I want him to understand that came from the story. I did the 5 years of probation and I had it expunged. And as I started thinking about this, as I talked with this, my wife through this whole process, it was about as I share a story going full circle for him, get him to understand. He sees his dad wake up every day, go to work. For the most part, I'm one of those guys that work hard. I generally tend to have 2 full-time jobs that my wife don't like most of the time. So he sees that. He sees the work ethic. He sees who this father is. He sees what type of parent, what type of husband I am. But there's a whole nother side of life that I need to teach him in terms of he's going to have obstacles, hurdles, and challenges and things that could happen to him. But the part of this story in terms of the restoration is, John, you don't let that deter you or define who you are as a human. So that's my primary reason for trying to go full circle with this.
Sound like a wonderful guy, and been that long, good gracious. Let's hear from your wife. If you'd like to make a few brief remarks, ma'am, if you want to. If not, that's okay too. it's up to you. It's, yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you all for this opportunity. My name is Ruby Baptiste, and I've been married to Ivy Baptiste Jr. since 2006 and met in 2005. Great person, like any other individual. Sometimes when we're younger, we don't make the best choices that we associate with. And so once he shared his story with me and his vision for his life, I've made it my ministry to pour into him, to help him be excellent father. That's his greatest desire, wanting to show up for our son and himself in a manner in which he hadn't seen individuals in his direct household. And so it's, I just like how he shows up every day, every morning, making the decision to get up, do better than he did the previous day. And being vulnerable and transparent to our son. Our son is now 17. I hasn't shared with him everything because sometimes teenagers think that, oh, you're going to get a second chance. Sometimes you're not going to get a second chance, and you do need to be very careful with their family members or not, who you associate with and where you go and what you do. So I can go on and on, but I only got 3 minutes, and it does make a very conscientious choice to do better each day and for the kingdom and to leave a legacy.
Okay, thank you, thank you. All right, I've got my mind made up. I'm gonna vote, and I ask my turn over to Madam Chairman to ask for other comments.
Any question?
Where'd you go to school? Where'd you finish?
So yeah, so I went to Gerald Kennedy in New Orleans, and then I wanted to be an aircraft mechanic. So that was my goal, my desire. So I went to a school called Embry-Riddle, Aeronautical University, Daytona Beach, which is where I was going to occur. I did finish my associate with this administration part, and I finished the airframe, but I never did the power plant. So when this occurred, I never went back to do the final, my wife kind of gets something about, but I never went back to finish the final parts to officially get my degree. So I kind of started my career, and I started with Office Depot, believe it or not. And I lived in 6 states in over a 12-year period, and that's kind of helped me launch my career. And they invested in me in terms of every time they wanted to offer me a different role and the opportunity, I was like, why not? You know, and I took them. So I'm very blessed to have started my career with them because it launched me to where I am today.
Good.
You know,
Good.
so in terms of that, from a career perspective. So,
good. That's good. That's no questions.
All right, Mr. Baptiste, we are prepared to vote. Mr. Prater,
Pardon with restoration of power.
Mr. Freeman,
Pardon with restoration.
and Mr. Tillis.
He's a Saints fan, but I'm gonna go ahead and agree with Mr. Freeman and Mr. Prater.
All right, Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Prater and Mr. Freeman. Pardon with restoration.
And my vote would be to make the recommendation to pardon with restoration of firearms. So you've got a unanimous vote. We're going to make that recommendation on your behalf, sir. Good luck to you. Good. Yeah, it's still morning.
Yeah.
Good morning. Sir, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name, mailing address.
My name is VENNIE POWELL Jr. My address is 141 Grand Rapids Boulevard.
Okay, thank you. So you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced February 2005 in Rapides Parish for illegal use of weapons or dangerous instrumentalities. 3 counts. You received a 2-year sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 2 years probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Okay, Mr. Powell, will you tell us, why you're here, what you did to, cause you to need a pardon? And, why you feel like you need a pardon? And it says here with restoration of firearms.
Yeah, it's job related. I was a police officer at the time, and I was working security at dealers, and I saw a shoplifter, which was Miss Pennington with her kids. And I went to pursue them after I saw them pick up a few items and whatever. And they went out one door, I went out the next. By the time I came to them, they was in the vehicle already. So I went around the car, I said, get out, they locked the doors. I asked her to get out, and she reached in her purse, so that's when I backed up behind the car, put out my weapon, and asked her to proceed out of the vehicle. And she looked at me in the rearview mirror, cranked the car, and I said, don't back up. Well, when I seen her drop it in first, I went and moved, and the car jammed up against me. The first shot went in the trunk of the car. So I was on top of the car. And then pulled a gun out and shot me back. At that time, she swung me to the right. I got up and she was getting ready to take off. So I leaned back in the car, said, stop. She took off with me in the car. So she slung me out again and we shared a day. So it was she did get injured, but in the process she was whatever. But I gotta tell my wife, it was an incident that happened. I was 30 years old. To get that kind of responsibility as a law and order, as a police officer, that is a tremendous lot of pressure and responsibility for a young man. So it happened. Do I wish could I change some things? Yes, I would. I would change a lot of things of it. It was a situation that she put the kids in a bad situation. I was in a bad situation. It turned out to be a mess, really.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you because there was 2 children in the car.
Yes, ma'am. When she swung the car and I drove back in the car, I actually put my hand on one of the child, the young man did, and told her to stop. And that's when she took off with me in the video. So
What did she get charged with? Surely she got charged with something, huh? Nothing.
be honest with you, ma'am, did she? I don't think so. I know she went to the hospital. And it went from dealers trying to get out of it. So Chuck Johnson, which is the prosecutor with the DA, good friend of mine, he told me, he said, Benny, look, I'm gonna propose to you discharging firearms and city limits, 3 counts. Just take it. 2 years probation, put this behind me. Judge Yeager, which is a good friend of mine, my family, my dad, my whole family's law. So Judge Yeager, I've been knowing him since I he made some announcements in the courtroom last year. Was I sure I want to plead to this? And I shouldn't be in there this week. His own words. But like I said, I mean, it happened. It's 25 years it happened. I'm back. I came for the board, I think maybe like the 4th year. I was right after my whole probation parole, I came.
Yeah, and it was too soon.
Yeah, and that's what they said, it was too soon. So I left, my mom was here, it was my mom gone now, she passed away. But I told my mom, I said, I'm not going back, I'm done. I just lived my life and put it behind me. But then my mom passed, my brother, which is my pastor, he said, man, go close that. I said, all right, I'm gonna give it one more shot. So I'm back here 23 years. So I mean, the gun, it's nothing to do with it. All it is, I mean, if I get a part, I want to hold. That's it. I mean, my kids are all grown. I got some grandkids. I got one granddaughter that's on the way, and I got a goddaughter that I'm raising. So it's just to tell a story and to let them know that, hey, if an incident occurs, you mess up, you're accountable, and do the work and it'll work out.
Okay, any questions from other board members?
Did you receive any post training? Did you go through the academy before this happened?
Yes, sir.
I was just curious.
That
And I
was-
know it was the heat of the moment.
Yeah, that was the hurtful part of it,
Right.
because I mean, you taught me something, and then when I do it, or when I thought I did it, it was like, nah, you gonna be held accountable for this right here. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take mine, and that's what I did. So
Okay. All right. So,
Mr. Prater, anything?
I have no questions.
And why do you need the firearm?
because before I became a police officer, I had all those right. That's my dad gave me. My dad is VENNIE POWELL. I came in this with a hole. So I want to leave the same way I came. I mean,
gotcha.
I can't change this.
No arrest since then.
No, I don't, no.
Okay.
No arrest, no tickets. I mean, I know state troopers, I know police. The police department, if I go to the police department right now, my dad is on the poster. They treat me like I'm still on the force, so I'm just like.
Your dad's on the poster. Is that
He's on
most
the
wanted?
wall.
No, not the most.
No.
All right, I don't have Mr. Tillis, I'm sorry, I may have interrupted.
Oh, no, I don't have any questions.
He's on the wall, so it's like everybody knows my dad, and then they knows me. So it's like, don't go through the middle of the text. Come on over here, then. You know, it's just like I told my son, I said, hey, going up there, you try to treat me like I'm the president, you know, but it just be a whole time.
So what do you do now, Benny?
I work offshore. I'm a supervisor for a slumber tank. I've been there for 15 years, and I went from, I came from Henry Tank as a supervisor. So I went on into the oil field, and I started from the bottom. So just let me get on, and I work my way up. And 15 years later, I'm a supervisor, over 30 people.
Okay, oh, that's wonderful. Okay, I guess I'm ready to vote.
All right, well, let's do it.
Okay, Mr. Powell, I do have some reservations about the shots being fired. I wish you'd say to me you didn't need the pardon with restoration of firearms. So my vote today is gonna be, what?
I did receive the first
offender pardon.
Yes.
Okay.
So he's just thinking is.
Yeah, so that's what I was asking him later out front, and I think when I came the first time, I didn't ask for the firearm.
Oh, okay,
I didn't know about the firearm.
okay,
Not a part was a part.
okay.
When I did my research this time, I said, well, I'm glad I didn't get it. I probably wasn't ready for that, you know, so that's why I'm asking.
Okay, well, thank you for explaining, your reasoning to me. I appreciate it. Today, I'm gonna grant your pardon, but not with restoration of firearms because the firearms was used in this particular crime.
Mr. Prater.
My vote is to grant pardon with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Freeman
My vote's to grant with the restoration of firearms also.
and Mr. Tillis.
Grant with firearms.
And my vote also is to grant with restoration of firearms. So we're gonna make that recommendation. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. The pardon board is now at Washita Parish Jail. It's 11:30 on Thursday, October 30th, 2025. Would any staff there in Washita please introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning, it's Deputy Marchand.
Thanks for accommodating us today. We appreciate it. And we have before us Miss Francis.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is KAYSHA Francis, DOC number 717310.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. And you are here seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in July 2018 in St. Mary Parish for a manslaughter conviction. You received a 20-year sentence. You have a parole eligibility date, which is in November of 2030, but you do have a good time date, which is before then. You have a mandatory release day in August of 2029.
Yes,
Is all
ma'am.
that's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Your case was assigned to Mr. Prater, so I'm going to turn it over to him.
Okay, Miss Francis, is Francis your first name or your last name?
My last.
Okay, Miss Francis, first off, tell me what you did to get there where you are right now and what you've done to improve your life and your conduct to where you feel like that you're deserving of a early release.
Well, when I first made it to prison, I talked to Miss April about getting in every class imaginable. And I've graduated 8 rehabilitation classes. I've taken 2 trades. I got my GED. I graduated from college, and I'm currently in a transitional work program.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate all your hard work in doing all of that. Why are you in jail?
For manslaughter. Back in 2013, I was prostituting at the time, and I met my victim, Willie, just in the neighborhood. I didn't even know where I was. It's somewhere where my mom lived at. And on the night that I committed my crime, me and him had an altercation because he kept saying that he didn't want to pay me the price that I was asking for, and things got heated between me and him. We were arguing, and I was like, well, I'll hang out with you, but I can't give you anything more than that. And so my auntie drove me to the gas station for him to pick me up, and we went with him. I went with him, and I forgot my charger, and I went home, and the guy that I was in a relationship with at the time, he was calling my phone, and I answered, and he was asking me where I was. I told him that I had went back to my mom's house to get my phone charger, and he was livid. He was upset. Why would you bring him to my house? Why would you do this? Why would you do that? And he hung up on me. So me and Willie's driving. I don't know where we were. And my mom called me again, and my mom was like, well, we're having trouble with the car or whatever, and asked me to ask him if he knew how to fix it. So I let them talk, and he said that he didn't know, but he would figure it out, like he would come see. And they told him where we were, and we went to where they were on the side of the road. They had the hood up, but I didn't see any smoke or anything, like nothing was visibly wrong with it. And me and Willie went to the front of the car, and my auntie was there. She kept saying that she didn't know what was wrong with it. He leaned over the car. Then my brother came one way. My co-defendant, who was my boyfriend at the time, Kurt, came the other way. They were arguing with him. My brother pulled a gun on him. Kurt had a knife pulled out, and Willie pushed me towards him, and I got upset, and I grabbed him, and me and him fought, and unfortunately, I stabbed him.
How many times you stabbed him?
I'm not sure.
Several times, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were 15 years old?
Yes, sir.
And your aunt knew you were prostituting?
My whole family knew it.
Your mom too, and everybody?
Yes, sir.
No, pitiful that, anyway, that's not for me to say. Okay, well, I appreciate that interview, and what we'll do now is we'll talk to somebody that wants to talk on your behalf, April Cody. And then we will support you. Then we'll move over to those in opposition. And we got several people that want to speak that are the victims, kinfolk. And so we'll let them talk, and then the board will come back and ask you some questions. So you're not through talking yet, but we're gonna move on to the supporters and those in opposition. So Miss April Cody, am I saying that right? Cody?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to be part of it because KAYSHA was here with me at LTCW. I'm the program director when she completed all her courses. I had her actually for 7 years. She worked here for me. She completed all the classes. She was right at 20 when I got her here. The changes she's made in the 7 years are amazing. She did come and ask, I want to take anything and everything, and she did. Anything that she could be putting into, she took. She did her high set, went on for the associates, and got her bachelor's through Ashland. So she was very productive. When she left here for transitional work program, she was a trustee, had trustee status, had worked for the warden, and was working in commissary.
Okay. Well, we thank you for that very much. Ms. Francis, before I go to the folks in opposition, is there anybody, where are you located right now?
Washita Correctional Center in
How-
West Monroe
How long have you been there?
since August 26th.
Okay. All right. Well, I won't speak to the staff about that, or unless they have, does any of the staff in the room have anything to say?
No, sir. She's been here for a while now with no incidents, no disciplinary report, and just working away at work release with us.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate that. We'll move on now to some folks, and they're all on Zoom. And the first one we'll hear from is the victim's brother, Mr. Dwayne Francis. Mr. Dwayne Francis, would you talk to us, please?
Yes, sir. All right. My first question is how everybody in the family knew you was prostituting, but him.
But who?
But your man.
Don't ask her question. You gotta
Yes,
I
sir.
just want to get something understood. I just want to get something understood because when I looked at the picture on Facebook that they posted, she was smiling. You know what I mean? So it was like you was celebrating something, and I want to know what you were celebrating.
Okay.
You can't ask her questions. You gotta talk to us.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay, talk to us and tell us what you want to say about the victim.
I feel like, man, my brother was stabbed 70-something times. He wasn't just stabbed one time. You understand? This wasn't no accident. This was planned. This wasn't no accident. This was planned, boss man. The second thing is, how many people do y'all let out of jail that's aggravated offenders and they go back and do the same thing again? And they holler about they didn't change their life and they did that. Yeah, because you had no other choice. I've been to prison. You ain't got no other choice but get in these programs. That's the only option you have to do these programs. Of course you're going to get all these programs done. Of course, I did. I've been to prison, but I ain't never killed nobody. And guess what? They made me do all of my time. So why should I let her out on my brother's behalf? You know, like
Let's
I
move
just
on. Thank you. We appreciate those comments, sir. Let's move on to Crystal Harris, the mother.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay, Ms. Harris, would you tell us what's on your mind about what's your thoughts on her being paroled early?
I feel like my son. Everything was planned. And if it wasn't planned, they wouldn't have never stabbed him as many times as they did. They left him in the cold in a ditch. The picture they took on Facebook, no remorse. It was a smile. I don't want her out. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. It's her choice. She's forced to do all those programs because she has nothing else to do while she's in jail. You understand? And I feel she's done it already. She'll do it again. I'm sorry. It might be years later, but who child would it be next?
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate those comments. We'll take them into consideration. Miss Brianna Webb, the sister, are you on Zoom for us?
Yes, sir, I am.
Ma'am, would you tell us what's on your mind?
Yes, sir. I just want to let you know, like, I have a teenage niece. She's never going to be able to walk down the aisle with her father. She'll never have her father at her graduation. She's crying every day, saying she misses her dad. She don't know what to do in this world without a father. She's not going to ever have a chance to be a daddy's girl because someone decided to take his life over whatever. And the way they took it was brutal. It was very brutal. It was not a small taking a life. I shot the gun once and then he died. It was brutal. They left him alone. They left him to just rot alone. And they took his vehicle at that with his cell phone. If it wasn't on purpose, it was a lot going on. You took his vehicle, you killed him, you took his phone, you left his daughter with no one but a mother and a family to tell her who her dad was. She'll never know who her father was here as a person. She don't get that opportunity. And I know if anyone that's on the stand has any kids, y'all like think about like the way y'all kid would live with no father, no parent. I have 2 kids alone, and my kid, like I can understand where my niece is coming from. She don't have an opportunity. So I don't feel like we should give someone else an opportunity that took her dad's opportunity away from him. She don't get a second chance. My brother don't get a second chance to come back on his road. He don't get a second chance to come back. So I don't feel like we should give someone else a second chance. Time is, you do the crime, you do the time. And that's just my personal opinion.
Okay, thank you very much, and we will consider everything that you said when we make our final vote. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Francis, back to you. Before I turn it over to the fellow board members for any questions, let me ask a couple of questions myself. Have you had any victim impact classes? I think you have. I think I wrote that down. You have had victim awareness.
Yes, sir.
And anger management, celebrate recovery. You had all of those and successfully completed them, but yet I'm having trouble getting any remorse out of you. Tell me what you feel about the victim.
I know that what I did wasn't right. And I know I had to fight with myself plenty of times. Like I took somebody from his mother, I took somebody from his family, I took somebody from their child, you know. And at the time I made a lot of excuses for myself. I made a lot of excuses. I was like, well, if he didn't this, I wouldn't that. But I'm at a point in my life where I understand that I did something wrong. It's nobody else's fault but mine. Like, I have to beat myself up every day. Like, listen, you did this. You're a horrible person for it. You don't deserve a chance. I even said this morning, like, if I'm told no, then I probably deserve it. Because at the end of the day, I get a chance to live again. He doesn't. And that is wrong. He didn't deserve what I did to him. His family doesn't deserve what I did to them either.
Okay. Are you in contact with your family at all?
Yes, sir. Not always, but yes.
Okay. You got a good time parole eligibility date or good time date of 8/20/29. Got opposition from the victim's family that you heard, and from the sheriff, the AG, and the judge. I think we've been over your GED and your associate, and you're going to get your bachelor's, and you're on the dean's list. So how many years have you served of your 20-year sentence?
12 years.
You got your bachelor's.
I got my bachelor's already, but
I'm sorry, say that?
I completed my bachelor's last year, but I've been incarcerated for 12 years.
Okay, good. That was, this was when you filled out the application you were about to get. That's what that, so you served 12 of 20 years. All right, I don't have any other questions.
Got a couple. Okay, what is your job now? What do you do at the work release?
I work at OCM. I'm a micro tester in the lab.
Okay. All right, sounds like a pretty good job. Okay, and tell me, I mean, what this was it all premeditated? Did you know they were gonna kill him when they got there? This is your time to fess up.
Not until we was at the hospital, no.
So you didn't know that they were gonna attack him or rob him or nothing?
No, sir.
Okay, and no other question.
What do you plan to do if released?
I want to come back up here and keep my job and eventually go to school for real estate.
Okay. All right. I have no more questions.
All right, I don't see any other questions, Ms. Francis, so I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater?
This is a tough one. Could we have a brief executive session to talk about some procedural matters, please?
We have a motion for executive session.
I second.
Second by Mr. Tillis. Any objection? Hearing none, we'll be in executive session, Ms. Francis, for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. We'll be
Yes,
right
ma'am.
back. All right, Ms. Francis, it's 11:52. Without objection, we'll return to regular session, and we are prepared to vote. Mr. Prater will be voting first.
Okay, you got some very good letters from everybody that you've been associated with while you've been incarcerated there, as far as wardens and others. You've completed all the courses that we expected you to, plus many others. You put in a lot of hard work. You were thrown into a situation at 15 with a family that did you very much injustice, in my opinion. And all those are mitigating factors to say that you'll be getting out in 2029, regardless of what we do. But I'd like for the parole board to take a look at this and to see what they think. They can even dig into it deeper than we possibly have. Some of us will be on that parole board probably, and we'll take it and study your case a little bit further. But rather than deny you that opportunity, my vote is going to be that we grant you the opportunity to appear before the parole board if the governor agrees. So we'll have to take a vote, and the governor will have to look at it, and they'll have to decide. Then it'll go back to the parole board to hear you again if he agrees with us. So my vote is to grant you this opportunity to appear for the parole board by granting you a commutation of your sentence with immediate parole opportunity.
Okay, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you.
Wow. It's a tough case. Parole doesn't mean you're gonna get out. So I'm okay with that. I'll concur with Mr. Prater. We'll look at you for parole, but that's only after if the governor agrees. Then you would have to come back and forth us and we'll look at it deeper at that time. But right now I concur. Make immediate parole eligible.
Mr. Tillers.
I concur with Mr. Freeman and Mr. Prater.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Freeman and Mr. Prater for the same reasons.
Ms. Francis, you've received 4 votes. That's what you need, but I do concur with my colleagues. My vote would be to make that recommendation to the governor that you be immediately parole eligible for further consideration for early release at that time. So we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
And does that
I can't do this stuff.
Grandma, just wait. I hear you. They just give it a minute, Grandma. You got your camera on, Grandma, so you're doing something. That's all that's needed.
All right, now we're at LTCW. It is Thursday, October 30th, 2025 at noon. And Ms. April, could you introduce yourself for the record again?
April Cootie, Program Director.
All right, and we have before us Ms. Kimberly Key.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
I'm Kimberly Key. My DOC number is 567936.
All right, thank you. So you are here today seeking a commutation of your sentence.
Yes.
You were sentenced in June of 2010
Yes, ma'am.
in Bossier Parish for a manslaughter conviction, and you received a 40-year hard labor sentence. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. I'm gonna turn it over to him.
Okay, good afternoon. We have switched over. Let's say, okay, Ms. Key, tell me what happened. Tell me what happened. It's kind of confusing looking at the arrest report. What all was going on, and why do you think what have you done to, and while you've been in to make us think that you won't commit any more crimes if we let you out? What has changed?
Well, one night I was walking home and this car pulled up on side of me, asked me, do I need a ride? And I told him yes. So I got in the car and he asked me, will I mind if he make a stop? Well, that stop ended up at Beacon Motel. And I went in the motel room with him. And when he closed the door, his whole demeanor changed. He demanded for me to get undressed. And I had got undressed and he forced himself on top of me. And I'm struggling under him, and all of a sudden to the right, I looked and it was a phone on the nightstand. And I took the phone and I like hit him in the head like 2 times with the phone for him to get up off of me. And when I did that, he kind of like leaned to the side and I pushed him over and I got up and I put my clothes on. And
I looked on the nightstand and I seen the wallet and his keys, so I grabbed both of them and ran out the motel. And I drove myself back to where I stayed in a car wash. Like I parked the car like in a car wash and I got out and I went back to the house. And my friend was asking me where I been and where I got the wallet. So I lied to them and I told them that I had got the wallet. I found the wallet on side the road. And they went through the wallet, seen credit cards, and we went to Circuit Case. They tried to get money out the car, but they couldn't because they didn't know the number. And that's how I end up here.
Okay, now tell me, why should we consider any relief today?
Well, since I've been here, I completed all my classes but reentry. The only reason why I didn't do reentry because of my outdate. Since I've been here, I haven't had a report. Like I've been a mentor. I've been giving my testimony. I've been doing volunteer work. I feel like that now I'm ready because I know I could have did this like at my 10-year mark, but I wasn't ready. But now I feel like I know that I'm ready for a second chance. And I just want to say to my victim family, if they listening, I want to say that I'm sorry for what I did. And I'm so sorry for what I did. And I ask that you please forgive me, that you just find it in your heart to forgive me. And my victim will always live through me because I have a testimony that I want to tell the children and someone that's coming up behind me. I want to motivate them and let them know that the way how they going, where they gonna end up. And I don't want them to feel like I feel. If I had someone to tell me about myself and to tell me, you know, the right way, I wouldn't end up in jail. I wouldn't be here right now. So I want to be a motivator. I got a family that's gonna support me. I want to get into church and I want to come back to the prison and I want to get my testimony. So to the victim family, I just want to let you know that I'm very sorry for my action and I just ask that you forgive me. And know that I take full responsibility for my actions.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, Warden, what do you have to tell us about the young lady?
She's been here with us since May of 2018. She has not been a problem. She's taken every class available. You know, due to her out date, some things are not available because she has to be closer to release. But anything that she's been available for, she has taken. She's not a discipline problem or anything like that.
Okay, thank you. All right. You have some people here that want to speak on your behalf. They're on Zoom. So let's go to Rokisha P, your daughter.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just overwhelmed. I just want to say that I remember the first time when they came and got my mom, I asked them would they bring her back. And they told me yes, and she never came back. But I had my little brother, so he was like another piece until until I knew she was able to come home. So my brother ended up getting killed in the year 2021. So I don't have anybody but now my grandma. I still have my mama with her being incarcerated, but I don't have nobody but my grandma. So after my only little brother passed, I say like 3 months after, my grandma had a stroke. I can say I'm traumatized because my grandma is the only person close that raised me and that I have left. Like I can't even answer my phone because I'm traumatized that something bad is gonna happen. I just need peace. And I just pray that you guys grant her parole so I can have something little piece to help me with my grandma. Like I stress daily, and I want to say sorry to the victim's family. If I was older and I was able to tell her, I would. I tell her every day. I try to give her guidance as my mama. I'm ready to build a relationship with her. I'm ready for her to come home and help with my grandma. I just pray that you guys reconsider and be able to grant her parole. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. All right, and also, Marie Key, mother,
Yes.
what do you want us to know about your daughter, Miss Key?
Well, by me talking to her on the phone every day or every other day, she have grown to be a young lady. She more responsible and she got God in her life because some things since I had my stroke and I've been getting sick, she says some things to me out the Bible that make me more motivated. Well, I couldn't walk, but now I can because she keep talking to me and she said, Mama, don't leave me. I said, I'm not going nowhere because God want me here. But like my granddaughter said, she can't do everything by herself. But now that I done had a stroke and 2 heart attacks, and thank God that I'm still able to talk and walk and do what I want to do. But if y'all grant her parole, she will be, because now I see she is a better person than what she was then. And she is walking right. And I'm quite sure when she get out, she will be walking much better because she with her daughter, even though she lost her son while she was in jail. But her daughter's still living and I'm still living. So she got a family and we will be by her side with her to make sure she's not a violent person. She's not an evil person. I didn't have problems out of when she was growing up. But now things have changed and she's, to me, in real life, she is a better person now. And if you grant her parole, I know she'll be much, much, much better. And I want to thank you guys for granting her this session.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. I'm not gonna try to say your last name. I think it's Lakiro. I'm sorry if I mispronounce it.
It's Luckier.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. She's my favorite auntie of all times. I love her. Growing up, I looked up to her. She's nice, sweet, intelligent. Sometimes, like when I talk to her on the phone, I could be down, or she'll say like words of encouragement. Sorry, I'm emotional. Um, I just wish that she can come home and be with us, her only child right now. I hate, like they stated, that my cousin passed. He really wanted to see his mama as well before he left. But I just pray that y'all grant her this parole. Um, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, well, let's get back to Ms. Key. Okay, Ms. Key, how long have you served in prison?
I've been down 17.
Okay, and how old were you when this happened?
I was 17.
Okay, did you finish high school?
Well, I was taking GED classes while I was here.
Okay, did you get that diploma?
They stopped the class due to the shipment. They got some stuff going on
Ms.
here.
Coon, stop that, Cadillac.
We're in a transition period right now. We're working on getting them restarted. We've had a large number of our population get shipped to the new LCIW. So we're gonna be housing men and women, so we're working on the transition on the compound. But we will get that back going and she'll be back in class.
Okay, so she was pursuing it, okay. You know, tell me, I mean, why did you go in that hotel room? I mean, tell us the truth, were you prostituting at that time?
No, I needed a ride home, and back then I was a follower. I was timid, I was shy, and I mean, it played over and over in my head like I should have just went to the office, you know, instead of going in that room. But back then I didn't know how to stand up for myself. I didn't know how to use my voice.
Okay, and the judge, DA, and the sheriff are opposed. You have some victim opposition. So do you take any responsibility for what happened?
I take full responsibility for what happened.
And you did get this sentence as a result of a plea bargain, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have a parole date of 10/9/30.
Yes, sir.
Okay, have you I didn't see any victim classes. You took any victim classes?
Yes, sir.
Did you take the whole class?
Yes, sir. I took anger management, domestic violence, celebrate recovery, victim awareness.
Yeah, I don't see that one on our list. That's why.
I sent, just before the hearings started this morning, I sent a stack of certificates.
Okay. I didn't look at all of them. So she has done that, the
She has-
victim awareness.
She has a
I got
stack.
them all. Yeah, she does. I got them all.
Okay.
Okay, I just didn't see that one and I wanted to make sure she had taken that. Okay, and you have no write-ups. She's had no problems over there at all, Ms. Coon?
No, sir.
Not at all, no write-ups. Okay, I have no further questions.
Any other questions?
So,
So, I didn't see that stack of certificates. Was Thinking for a Change something that's offered, or has she taken that? Is that
Grab your stack. She's gonna grab the stack real quick so I can look.
788 days is a good time. She's taking
I
quite
saw,
a few.
yeah.
But yeah, I think they just.
Yeah. I asked that question because when we look at the Tiger score, her needs assessment scores high.
Right.
And with that amount of good time credits or CTRP credits, I'm just curious about that program in particular. She scores out high on substance abuse. She said, y'all say she's done Celebrate Recovery.
Right.
I don't see, well, where's that? Give me that sheet. I don't see Thinking for a Change, but usually those aren't offered until they're at least 5 years from release.
I understand. Okay, and so what about Kimberly? What about have you been seen by a mental health professional?
You did at LCIW, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
So were you followed by mental health while you were there? No.
When I was in St. Gabriel, I seen mental health and everything all right.
Okay, so on a regular basis, you saw mental health or not?
It was like occasionally.
Okay. All right, I don't have any other questions. I don't see any other questions, so I think we're ready to vote. And we'll start with Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Ms. Key, you're doing very, very, very well, but you do have a parole date coming up. And, I don't know what other relief we could offer besides, only other offer I would even think about is making you immediately parole eligible. But with that date there, my vote today is gonna be to deny victim opposition, law enforcement opposition.
Mr. Tillis,
My vote's gonna be grant with immediate parole eligibility.
Mrs. Stapleton,
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Prater.
I concur with Mr. Freeman to deny.
All right, so you didn't get what you needed. My vote today also is going to be to deny, based on the opposition that's been expressed. And, I do think I'm sorry that you're not afforded some of the programs that I think are critical for your success for a little longer, but, Miss April, maybe y'all could consider their parole eligibility date as their earliest release date, and if that would be the case, maybe she could qualify for, particularly thinking for change in some of those.
I made a note for thinking for a change and living in balance
Thank you.
in adult ed.
So keep working hard, Miss King. You're on the right path. Good luck to you.
Yeah, I
And
think
we'll see you
yeah,
again.
we'll see you at the parole hearing.
Good luck.
We'll get it, honey.
All right, good afternoon. Mr.
afternoon.
Pritchard,
Yes, ma'am.
you introduce yourself, sir. Tell us your name and address.
Jason Pritchard. My address is 16221 Ridgeview Lane, Lindale, Texas 75771.
All right, thank you, sir. So you're here this afternoon seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms for a conviction in Webster Parish, sentenced in May 2015 for distribution of Schedule 2. You received a 5-year sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 4 years probation.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton, so I'm going to turn it over to her.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Pritchard, can you tell us today what caused you to need this parole and, or pardon, I'm sorry, pardon. And, what have you done to correct your behavior and how long have you been clean and sober?
I've been clean and sober since February 28th of 2017. I'm a very active member of my AA community, both in Shreveport and Bossier and in Lindale, since we have relocated to there recently. I was selling drugs to supply my drug habit, and after receiving another charge while on probation for the distribution charges, I was sentenced to drug court and went through that program and graduated drug court, and then continued my recovery participation in Alcoholics Anonymous. And so I've remained sober and have reformed my life completely, and would like to be able to just completely clean up the wreckage of my past with the state and clear my name and receive restoration of firearms as part of that pardon.
And so why do you need the restoration of firearms?
I would like to just have the ability to protect my family and teach my children how to shoot. I have a 6-year-old daughter, and she needs to be able to protect herself as well. I'm not really a hunter. I just don't, I would just like to be a fully restored citizen after cleaning up my life.
I see here where you have you're unopposed by the sheriff's office and other law enforcement, and Jason Parker from Webster Parish, he sent in a letter for you. So, because on further back it had sheriff's office opposition, but then this came through. So, but you do have opposition from the DA there. I wanted you to know that.
Yes,
and I
ma'am.
see you've been very involved, and that currently you coordinate the schedule for a group of men to continue to take meetings to the New Day program.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. And we've since moved that meeting to the CADA location in Bossier, that our services were needed elsewhere. And so we'll coordinate those guys there as well. Another reason for the pardon is this is holding back my career. I have a lot of accounts with the company that I work for that deal with law enforcement. One of them is the LSP or the Angola prison system. We do their document management, and I am not able to get through a background check in order to receive a laptop from the OTS department. And so I've tried to get through that background check before, and this conviction always stops me. And so it hinders me from being a fully functioning member or a fully functioning employee with some of the accounts that we have because of that limitation. And I understand that, a lot of times people say they have changed and they haven't. And but the only way I was going to be able to say that I have changed was to go through the pardon process and to come before the board. So I'm remorseful for what I've done, but I've also taken the strides to rebuild my life.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so does any of my colleagues have any questions?
No question.
No questions. All right. I don't see any other questions. I think we're ready to vote, Mr. Pritchard. did your wife want to speak? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't even.
Tiffany,
Look,
would you like to
Tiffany?
say something?
Tiffany, there she is.
I wasn't sure what to prepare, so I just prepared a small character witness statement kind of thing. Is that okay? So Jason and I met in November of 2017. Since I've known him, he's been continuously evolving as a person. I've never experienced Jason as anything other than a sober, loving father and partner. He's been a devout member of AA and faithfully remained with his same employer. He's been a trusted friend and confidant to countless people, including myself and my family. I've watched him grow in such immense ways that it seems surreal at times. At his job now, he's one of the leaders at that company, trusted to develop and guide projects with his team. He's also changed himself physically, adopting the idea that if he was going to change himself completely, that included his body as well. When we met, Jason was over 300 pounds, and now he exercises 6 days a week and runs through our neighborhood, and he's about to participate in a second 5K. I say that because it takes such dedication to make such a drastic change. It wasn't an overnight fix. It's taken him every day for every year for this self-improvement. After I became pregnant, I also had to be put on bed rest, and I couldn't perform basic needs to care for myself or our family. And Jason took care of me and our family without question. In 2020, when everything shut down from COVID, I felt the need to apply to nursing school, and Jason passionately supported me. And I remember him looking up and saying, "We will do whatever it takes to make that happen if that's what you want to do." And so with a teenager at home and an infant and myself, Jason supported me through 4 years of school, financially, mentally, and emotionally. I could not have reached for or accomplished these dreams without him. I cannot imagine the person that Jason was when he was arrested, because I don't know that man. And today, he is someone who can be counted on to do the right thing. He lives and breathes integrity. He's a man who supports his family, his friends, and his community. He's the person you hope passes you when you're stuck on the side of the road with a flat tire, or the person you hope finds your wallet you've dropped, because he will always do the right thing. And I can say this with absolute assurance because I've seen him do it. And I'm very proud to have him as my partner.
That was lovely. I'm sure that it made him feel good because that was beautiful that you wrote. Jason, you're a lucky man.
Yes,
Okay,
I
so
am.
so I'm ready to vote based, okay, based upon everything that I've heard today. You have your eye totally on success, and you're already in recovery. So my vote today is for a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Krager,
I concur.
Mr. Freeman,
I concur.
Mr. Tillis.
And I concur.
As do I, sir. So you've received a unanimous vote to make the recommendation for pardon with restoration of firearms. So we will certainly make that recommendation on your behalf. Good luck, sir.
Thank you. Is it okay if I go woohoo?
Mr. Cruz, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you turn your camera on? There you are. Yes,
Sorry, I'm at work. Forgive me.
that's okay. Sir, can you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
My name's Hector Cruz, 322 South River Point, La Place, Louisiana, 70068.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Cruz, you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms for a conviction in East Baton Rouge Parish, 2013, it occurred in 2013. You were sentenced in October 2014. Domestic abuse, aggravated assault. You received a 3-year DOC sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. I'll turn it over to him.
Okay, Mr. Cruz, I'm looking at your case and wow. I mean, how many domestic battery charges have you had?
I don't know.
6.
I came back from Iraq, and I think I came back in 2009 or 2010. And I had a period there where I made some real stupid, poor choices. So yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
It's been a long time. It's been a long time ago, and I've gone past that a little bit.
Okay, and tell me why you were seeking a pardon today.
I don't know. It's just restoration. That was actually something that was, I had a partial pardon, and it was, like I said, I was rehabilitated in jail. I came back from Iraq. I got hurt over there, and I had an issue with getting addicted to pain pills and spiraled pretty bad. And then I guess the jail experience for me was, I wasn't really a Christian, gave my life to Christ in there, and I got the restoration from going in through those events. And then just over time, I got healed. It took about 10 years to recover from going over there to go participating in war. And again, I'm married now, stable house, good job, several years, obviously of a much better pattern than when that was. And I love my country, and I'd like to have my rights back. I'll say that I'll make excuse for what I did. I'm accountable for everything I've done, but I paid a pretty heavy price for serving overseas, and I wanted my life to move on in my life and actually gain, have my rights back. I love this country.
Yep, let's see. Well, thank you for your service. I just got to say that you got a bunch of domestic abuse batteries, all of them are with injury. And this criminal history is way too much for me. So I'm not gonna ask any further questions. Somebody might have something they want to get into.
Any questions? No, sir, Mr. Cruz, I want to say thank you for your service to our country. I appreciate it, but I think we are prepared to vote, Mr. Freeman.
With the criminal history, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillis,
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Freeman with the domestic violence abuse criminal history. My vote is
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
And Mr. Cruz, my vote today also is to deny based on the number of domestic issues, along with law enforcement opposition to any favorable consideration at this time. So today, sir, your application's been denied. Good luck to you, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you.
Now, where are the other people?
Good afternoon. Wait, you're still on mute.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself, please? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
Good afternoon. My name is QUIANA Marshall. My mailing address is 448 Dandelion Drive, Oswego, Louisiana, 794.
You say, Marshall, I have Andrew.
It's cutting it out. I'm Marsha Andry. QUIANA Marsha Andry.
Okay, all right. That's what I have. All right, so you're here today, Ms. Andrew, seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You are classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in St. Charles Parish in December 2018 for possession of Xanax. You received a 10-year DOC sentence. That was
Yes, ma'am.
placed on probation.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Your case was assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to ask you some questions about what got you arrested?
I had someone that was purchasing my prescription.
You what?
I had someone that was purchasing my prescription.
So you were selling your prescription? Is that
Yes,
what you're
ma'am.
saying? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, you got a lot of drug charges involved with that. So when was your last arrest for drugs? Year. I don't even.
10/10/2018.
Pardon?
10/10/2018. 10/10/2018.
Okay. So you didn't have anything in 2021, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I've got 2018. So 2018, and then you were put on, probation, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was for 3 years?
Yes, ma'am. They suspended the time. I did it in 1 year, paid off my fines, fees, and I also joined school.
Yeah, I see where you want to be an RN. So actually with that added, 2021 was when you got off paper, is that correct?
They had suspended the time. I did it way before time. They told me if I did it in between 1 year, paid off my restitution, fines and fees, and that I can do it within that 1 year, and I did it within that 1 year. I finished by June 6th, it was
Okay.
of 19.
All right, and what if you continued on for your drug addiction? What are you doing about that? Any
I had went,
classes?
yes, I had went to substance class, and now they have me on pain management right now.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, you have an injury?
Yes, ma'am.
How old is that injury?
My injury started in 2000. I had 9 surgeries done to my left knee, and I have lower back pain as of right now.
So your use of narcotics is related to that injury, or your medical issues in the past?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you selling Xanax?
I couldn't work, and I was trying to survive to pay my bills without having to do it.
I see. Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Well, what about the Adderall? Was that for your son, or were you buying that or selling that?
Oh no, that was my son's medicine. I wasn't doing anything with that. I just had it on me at the time of my arrest.
But it wasn't in a bottle, was it?
Excuse me?
Was it in a bottle or a baggie?
No, that was in a bottle.
Okay. With his name on it, prescription and all?
Yes, I had brought the paperwork to St. Charles and showed them. They have coverage that was for him, my son.
Okay, all right.
All right, I don't see any other questions, so I think we're prepared to vote. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. We have his sister, her sister. Yeah, is she there with you?
Where's my face? Yes, ma'am, she's on.
Okay. Lynette, what do you want us to know?
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. You can talk.
What do you want
You
us to know
said,
about?
do I have any questions?
No comments.
My sister has completely, she's forgiven herself. She's followed all of the rules of the court. I've seen her transition from that time frame, holistically, mentally, physically. She's done everything to help herself, health-wise, so that she doesn't have to depend on the medication. She's went through another procedure to help with the pain that she was enduring from those procedures she had prior. She goes to church regularly. Every week we meet up. We've had some significantly hardships in the time frame from her conviction to now. We lost our mother and our brother in the last 4 years. Accident and just my mom with health. And I've seen her faith increase. She actually gives back. She helps me with my kids. We help out with my brother's kids. She's working daily. And this is the only gap that's stopping her to fulfill her complete dream. She does caretake with patients, but she doesn't get, the complete compensation that she could. I am a supervisor and registered nurse, and I've taught her everything that she knows, about healthcare. And I think if she is granted her pardon today, this would help her get into school, get through school, because you would have to have a clearance criminal background. She wouldn't even be able to enter, even with like the board of nursing, to like investigate on why she wouldn't be able to enter nursing school. So this is the only step that I think is stopping her fulfilling her ultimate dream in life. And she has the skills, she has the mental capacity and a physical ability to do it. So I would appreciate if you guys take that into consideration, that she would be more of a contributing member to society if she's able to fulfill her dream.
You can't say 1, 2, 3.
Right, well, thank you. Miss Stapleton, are you prepared to vote?
Yes, ma'am. Miss Andre, I'm saying it right? Andre or Andre? Uh-oh.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. Look, you're doing wonderful things and you are so headed in the right direction. There's no doubt about that. And your sister, she seems like a wonderful person too. So great family support. But there just hasn't been enough time since your last criminal, arrest. And you just need maybe just a few more years and come back before us again. So my vote, and you have opposition with the judge and the AG. No comment with the sheriff's office and the DA's office. There's no comment there. So to me, if you'll come back in a few years, so today I'm going to deny it because I think you need a few more years between the crime.
Mr. Prater,
My vote's to grant without firearms.
Mr. Freeman,
My vote is to deny. I also feel that she needs a little bit longer period of supervision.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote is to grant without firearms.
All right, Miss Andrew, my vote would also be based on your sister's comments and what the discussion with you. My vote would be to recommend a pardon without restoration of firearms. However, you haven't gotten the vote. You needed 4 votes. You only got 3. So today your application for clemency's been denied, ma'am. Good luck to you.
Okay. Wait.
Good afternoon, Mr. Foreman. You're on mute.
Hello, how y'all doing?
Good. Would you introduce yourself and tell us your name and your current mailing address?
My name is Raymond Foreman. My current address is 1804 Chadwick Lane, Forney, Texas, 75126.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me see, Mr. Foreman, let me read some identifying information. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Orleans Parish in November 2000 for second-degree kidnapping. You received a 5-year sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions?
Good afternoon, Mr. Foreman. How are you?
I'm fine. How you doing, sir?
Good, good. Tell me what happened. What happened?
My ex-wife and I, which is the victim, Mrs. Felicia Easterlin, we were going through a nasty divorce, trying to patch things up, child custody battle, things of that nature. We would always fall off, and then try to patch it back up, get together, break up again, and get together. We did that for several years throughout our marriage and relationship. We tried to go to a hotel one day and patch it up. Went to the hotel, got into an argument. She wanted to leave. I didn't want her to leave, which was selfish on my part. I take full responsibility of that. Everything that happened that day was my fault. Nothing she did to provoke that. I wasn't man enough to allow her to leave, and I held her against her will, and that was wrong. I would like to apologize to her, just to let her know that I'm sorry if I may. That shouldn't have happened. And if I can, apologize to our 3 kids because they suffered through this ordeal as well. I'm like I say, I'm remorseful. I'm sorry that it happened. It shouldn't have never happened. And everything that happened was my fault. I take full accountability for that.
Okay, I read through your case. I saw where she dropped the charges. It's kind of normal. She talked to the judge, but I see you have your wife with you today.
Yes, sir.
And she wants to say something on your behalf.
Nicole.
Oh, she's here. Zoom. Your wife is on Zoom.
Yes, sir. You're on mute.
Still on mute.
All right. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say, okay, well, again, my name is Nicole Foreman and I am Mr. Foreman's wife. I've known him for 23 years now, and we've been married for 22 years. We share 2 sons together, ages 17 and 15. And I just want to say that Raymond is a very dedicated, hardworking man, and he's dedicated to his family. He has taken full accountability for his actions and is genuinely remorseful for his past. I can honestly say that my heart also goes out to the victim, Miss Felicia, because as a woman, I know that no woman should have to go through that type of abuse and experience that type of pain. But over the years, I have watched Raymond grow into a God-fearing man who lives his life with a deep sense of reverence, which guides his choices and his actions. This commitment is reflected in his character, it's reflected in his conduct toward others, and also his devotion to his family and his faith. Raymond has a huge support system, and we all are committed to his plans for just much success in the future. I thank all of you for your time and consideration in this matter. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you so much. Mr. Foreman.
Yes, sir.
Why do you might need a firearm?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry, sir.
Why do you feel you need a firearm?
So let me just say this. We have firearms in the house that's in my wife's name. And my biggest deal with firearms is that I have gotten into my wife's vehicle, not knowing that she's left her firearm in the vehicle after she get off from work. She's at her shop late at night. So a lot of times she'll come, pull in the garage. Either I get in her car, go to the store, or go to work, or go get gas. And I get to my destination and find out, hey, it's a firearm. So if the cops was to stop me, they don't want to hear, oh, this is your wife's firearm, because it's in my possession. me not knowing. So that's the only deal. I don't hunt. I don't do any of that. But that's the only problem I have with a firearm.
Yeah, well, that's good. And that's a good reason. I don't have any more questions.
Any other questions?
Yeah, well, you know, the deal about firearms is you've got a lot of, in your past criminal history, like the aggravated kidnapping and the domestic abuse battery and, another second degree, simple criminal damage, attempted second degree murder, simple kidnapping, aggravated burglary, second degree kidnapping. I mean, it's riddled with violence. Well, and to women, particularly your wife, but and then it's been involving a gun or some type.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, ma'am.
It be, I mean, the aggravated part, is it a knife or a weapon or?
No, it was never a weapon. It was never a weapon. Never a weapon involved, ma'am. I never was the type to carry a gun, didn't have a gun, didn't have a knife, didn't have a stick or anything. And I don't want to, what I'm about to say, I don't want to discredit the victim because she is the victim. But that was her go-to deal every time something would happen. Let me call the police. If it was me trying to get custody of the kids, let me call the police. I don't want to discredit the victim because she is the victim. But that was the pattern. Let me get him in hot water. This is the way I can get him off of me. If you can see, and like I say again, I'm not trying to discredit the victim in any kind of way. If you can see, when I was released from jail, we had another son after that, and she got pregnant after I was released from jail. So that's why I say that was the thing. Let me call the police on him every time. And I don't know how to correct that. I can't tell you her mental. I can't tell you what her thinking is, but I'm truly sorry for what I put her through, my kids and her family. I mean, I don't know what else to, say about that. But it never was a weapon involved in none of that. Never.
What were you going to say, Mr.
Did you see your kids now?
I see my oldest kid and my grandkids. The other two, they still stay with their mom per se. So I took myself when they moved from, I don't know where it was, somewhere in Texas. After they moved from New Orleans, I moved to Texas just to get away because I just was tired of it. I didn't want to put me through it, my wife through it, and I didn't want to put my kids through it. I don't push the issue to talk to them, but I talk to my oldest daughter, Ariane, every day. I talk to my grandkids every day. Now my younger two with Mrs. Felicia Easterland, I don't talk to them.
Okay. And let me ask you this is the most concerning. What was the aggravated battery with a dangerous weapon in 2009?
And that's what I didn't have a weapon, sir. I didn't have a weapon in 2009. No, I know I got it. I think because me and my wife talked about it. It was my truck. I was backing out the driveway, and it was said that I rolled over her foot, but I didn't roll over her foot. The police were standing right there. So what they did that day, they brought me to 7th District. They didn't even bring me to jail. They brought me to 7th District, handcuffed me to a chair. The lights went out. When they came in for roll call, the police was like, "What are you doing in here?" I'm like, "Well, I told them what happened." I said, "And this is where they brought me at." So they tried to call, I think the sergeant name was Sincere. They tried to call Sergeant Sincere. She didn't answer. It was Thanksgiving Day, Thanksgiving morning. They said, "Well, she didn't answer. She must have wanted you to go to jail." So they brought me to jail. But that's what happened. I went to go get my clothes I had a couple of pieces of clothes that I needed to get from that house. And when I couldn't get my clothes, I backed the truck out. The police was right there. That's what they claimed was a weapon, was my truck, I guess. That's the only thing I could see.
Okay. I have no other questions.
How long have you been divorced? You and
We've
Felicia?
been divorced since 2005, I want to say. No, 2000. No, 95. So it had to be about 2000. We got divorced. Yep, since 2000.
And you were still seeing her in 2009?
No, so that's another thing. We looked at this application. That was with a family friend. That wasn't with Mrs. Felicia Easterling.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know then.
Yeah,
Okay.
that wasn't with Miss Felicia Easterling.
Okay.
So that person is the one who said you rolled over their foot.
Yes, ma'am.
She's opposed.
All right, I don't see any other questions, so
I'd like to call an executive session.
Mr. Tillis has called executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Freeman. Any objection? All right, stand by. We'll be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Foreman, it's 1:06 and I am moving that we return to regular session. Is there any objection?
No.
Hearing none, we'll be back in regular session and we are prepared to vote. And Mr. Tillis, I'll ask for your vote first.
Mr. Foreman, my vote is to grant with, respiration of firearms.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is to deny based upon what I'm seeing here is your extensive criminal history involving domestic violence.
Mr. Prater?
My vote is to deny criminal history.
And Mr. Freeman?
My vote is to deny criminal history and law enforcement.
Mr. Foreman, based on what I see in the record, my vote today also is to deny based on the criminal history and the law enforcement opposition. So you've gotten four votes to deny your application today. So that's the outcome of today's
Okay,
proceeding.
so can I ask one question before y'all leave? Am I allowed, because all that's been expunged off my record. All that's been expunged off my record, can I reapply soon?
Sure.
Like all of, huh?
Yeah, you can reapply.
Okay, I don't know if it's worth it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and although it's expunged, so that still probably would hinder me, or no, I don't, you know.
I don't see it expunged here on my record, so.
You still can't have a firearm.
We'll still get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have the
Bennie Powell. It's
Uh,
showing him both.
Good afternoon. Sergeant. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current address.
Yeah, so hello, I'm Stephen Farrar. I live at 412 Bowler Drive, Harahan, Louisiana.
What's the zip?
70123.
All right, thank you, sir. So you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were, and that's for a conviction in Jefferson Parish for possession with intent to distribute marijuana, possession of liverphenol, another possession with intent to distribute marijuana, and distribution of marijuana. Your sentencing date was February of 2022. You received 3 years for both of those dockets. So you received a 3-year sentence on possession with intent to distribute and the possession of liverphenol, and 4 years on the other conviction. Is that information correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater, so would you answer his question?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Farrar. I got a couple of questions for you, but it shouldn't take too long. Are you clean and sober now?
Yes, sir.
When did you get clean and sober?
When I first did probation. So I don't know, it's been a little while.
I gotta give me more than a little while. Most people that are clean and sober say on June 25th, 1929 or whatever, I quit drinking. But tell me how long you been clean and sober?
I'd say about 2022.
What do you do now to keep your sobriety?
I just work and try to work out, just kind of mind my business, kind of just try to make myself better.
Mr. Farrar, I don't want to be rude to you, but it hadn't been very long since you've been off parole, probation, and you're not doing anything to keep yourself clean and sober except just going to work.
Well, I did. I had to go to AA meetings before, and I'd say, okay, well, I would do stuff a little bit every now and then after I got free off probation. But okay, so recently, I had to go to AA meetings because I did get I got pulled over and for speeding and I ended up having to spend in jail for a night, and I ended up having to go to AA meetings, a whole lot of stuff for my license. So this was
So you kind of slow your brain down a little bit, or maybe speed it up. I don't know. It sounds like you kind of fuzzy right now to me. But anyway, let's hear. There's somebody that's in opposition, and Mr. Myers, would you talk to us before I continue this question and maybe give him a chance to get his brain going the right way?
Yes, sir. Randall Myers, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. We are opposed at this time, and the reason is it has not been 10 years since he's completed his sentence. We'd like to see a track record of, a good track record of time where he's not involved in any criminal activity. He pled guilty in 2022, completed his sentence in 2023. And so that's only been a couple of years. So at this time, we would oppose any pardon for him.
Okay.
If in 10 years he remains without any criminal activity, then we would not take a position on whether he should be granted a pardon or not.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Farrar, back to you. Help me out here now. How long have you been clean and sober? Let's go over this again.
Okay. I'd say it's been since about February of this year.
Of this year?
Good on.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's little. Okay, I'm sorry, sir, but I'm ready to vote. But you can tell from my inflection of my voice how my vote is going to be. And I wish you luck. I'm ready to vote, Madam Chairman.
All right, Mr. Prater?
I vote to deny this, and I would suggest that you really get some help with your addiction problem.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote's the same, just because of the recent conviction, but you need to get clean and sober, because this is the only arrest on your rap sheet. So, you know, give it some time and reapply, but I would consider going to AA if February was your last usage date. Look, don't get down on this, okay? You made the effort to get it off your record, so try to keep your head up and go forward. My vote today is to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur, Mr. Prater.
All right, Mr. Farrar, you've got 4 votes to deny your application. So today, your application's been denied. I want to thank you for being honest with you about February, and congratulations on that date. Don't forget. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Lott, good afternoon.
Good evening. How y'all doing today?
And you?
I'm good. Thank y'all for asking.
Nice talk from my wife.
Are you at work?
From last one.
I'm sitting in my home office.
Okay. Well, you're working in. So introduce yourself. Tell us your name and your mailing address.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Gerald Michael Lott Jr. I live in 1106 Carroll Street here in Tallulah, Louisiana, which is Madison Parish, 71282.
All right. And you're here this afternoon because you're seeking a pardon with firearms for a conviction in 2 different convictions in Ouachita Parish. The first is possession of oxycodone. You were sentenced October 2006, 3 years hard labor. That was suspended. You were placed on probation for 3 years. And then violation of protective orders in May of 2007. You received 120 days parish jail. That was suspended. And you were placed on 2 years supervised probation. Is that correct?
Well, that is correct.
Okay. Your case was assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Yes.
Okay. On I want to ask you, the charges that we're talking about here was violation of a protective order, oxycodone, possession of Schedule Number 2. And the first one is in 2006. You want to tell me about that?
Okay, yes, ma'am. Of course, I was young back then. I was in my early 20s. Me and some friends from high school recently, we moved to Monroe, Louisiana. Well, when we got over to Monroe, of course, being that young, we got into the party scene. And, I can't blame them. It was myself, but we got into that lifestyle, and they went into, the drug scene for a minute and kind of got me involved. And, it's the wrong people at the wrong place. And now, we no longer socialize. I've got away from that lifestyle. I got married. I have 2 awesome children. I got a successful business now of actually going on 15 years now, me and my wife. We own Delta Self Storage. I got a 22-year-old son. He's in the medical field. I got a 17-year-old daughter. I've been a firefighter volunteer for 4 years. I did my son's Boy Scouts for 4 years. I taught ball for 4 years. I go to church faithfully. I changed my whole lifestyle.
So I haven't seen any more drug charges come up against you. So that was the beginning and the end all at the same time?
Yes, ma'am.
You got arrested?
And that's how that violation of charge of, the restraining order came in. At that time, I was dating a girl, and we was in a relationship. And I was actually going to see her the night I got arrested on my charge. Well, once the charge hit, her mother and stepfather found out. They have a lot of play in Washington. They're in the medical field. They have a lot of power over there. And they turned her against me and didn't want her to be no part of my life anymore because of that charge. So I was working with Jamie Will Heights Sound Center at the time. I left work to go to lunch. I go to the same spot every day, which was a Chinese restaurant right across the street. I was headed out the restaurant, getting ready to get in my vehicle when I was approached by the police officers. And they took me in, said they was going to issue a restraining order, which I didn't contest. I said, okay, if that's the play here, I signed off on it. Well, months went by. I left work one day. I decided to go see a movie. So I went to the movie theater. I walked in the movie theater. I was approached by the security officer there, and they came up to me and informed me apparently I wasn't supposed to be there because she worked there.
Right.
I said, okay, that's fine. I went out to get to my vehicle, and while they was escorting me out, a cop showed up and I was arrested.
Okay, so let's clarify that though. When you went to your vehicle was only 4 spaces away from her vehicle. That's a mighty big coincidence. Now that's way back then, so go ahead and,
I can't contest it. Honestly, I didn't. Months went by, so when I realized that she was there and that she actually was still working there, that's when I attempted to leave and I was approached by that security officer.
Okay, so now, after that, what happened? Did y'all just go your separate ways and no more with each other?
I left Monroe. I moved back to Tallulah, and when I moved back here, I got back into welding school, got a welding degree, got offered a job in Hobbs, New Mexico, where I went, worked off there for a while as a welder, came back, moved to Florida, was working over there, came home to visit, and that's when I met my wife.
Yes.
Well, 16 years will be together tomorrow because we met that Halloween night. Been together ever since, and haven't looked back. You know, haven't even thought of that lifestyle. I got my family in church. We go to church faithfully, and
So this lady is gone. She's not a part of your life anymore.
Ain't heard from her in years since then.
Okay, that's good. Okay, well, that's good because I don't have any opposition from your wife or the victim in this matter. That was the protective order. Somehow or another, they were able to contact that person. I don't have that. You haven't had any more arrests, and I don't have any more questions.
Any questions?
None.
We're ready to vote. Mrs. Stapleton.
Yes, sir. Based upon your lack of criminal history, other than those 2 occasions, and it seems to have started and ended with the arrest, my vote today is to grant your pardon with restoration of firearms because it's been 18 years ago.
Mr.
I concur.
Thank you.
Raymond.
I concur.
Thank you.
Gillis.
I concur.
Thank you.
Happy Halloween.
And my vote today also is the same. So on your behalf, we'll make that recommendation to the governor. Good luck to you.
Thank y'all. Y'all have a great rest of y'all's day.
You too.
And that concludes our business at 1:28 and we'll adjourn.
Yes.